Hollywood Ryan. Good luck, Ryan.
The following show is for mature audiences only. Tri-City Sports.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and the tape doesn't lie.
Hey, this is Shayne Matthews, former Bears quarterback. I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Mark, it's more of a feel where you're at. And there's what are the whys, right? What are the whys? And so when we all understand what the whys are, whatever that is.
You want to ask the whys? I want to ask you the why. Why the fuck isn't there a competition at every position?
That's part, when I say the variables, that's part of the variables in all three phases. I mean,
being a quarterback in Chicago is the media and that type of outside pressure.
Well, it's a huge city, obviously, and there's a lot of media people there. And there's, the Bears are one of the greatest franchises in the National Football League, so there's a huge fan base. But, as a quarterback, and maybe it's because I'm a coach's son. I've been around the game my whole life. I played for Steve Spurrier, who demands a lot out of his quarterbacks. I played the SEC. You're going to get booed. You're going to get booed regardless of where you play in the National Football League. You're going to get a lot of praise as well. And sometimes the quarterback gets way too much credit when things go well. Sometimes the quarterback gets way too much blame when things go poorly.
How did you come to Chicago from out of Florida?
When I didn't get drafted, usually how it happens, immediately after the draft, you get a bunch of phone calls from different franchises, and you try to pick where the best situation is for you. They'll give you some type of signing bonus. I think I got a whopping $3,000 signing bonus. So, I just felt like I kind of talked it over with my dad, and I was like, what the heck, we'll try Chicago. And, I was there for 4 years, didn't take a snap, and then I went to Carolina for 2 years, and then came back to Chicago for 3 years, and finally got an opportunity to play a little bit. Had some decent games, and had some bad games, but that's what happens in the NFL.
What do you think of an NFL head coach still trying to find his identity after 3 years?
Coaching is a strange game, a strange job. Usually, I will say this. I feel like really good coaches, you got to have a plan and stick to that plan, and you got to have a good player at the quarterback position to be successful. If you look back at all the great NFL coaches especially, they've had a stud at the quarterback position. And, it's the most important position in all of sports, and especially the way the game changed now, it's favored to the offense. You got to have a trigger man that knows what he's doing and can take you to the promised land. So whether that's Justin Fields or another draft pick in 4 years from now, who knows? But hopefully he's the guy for the Bears fan base that can take them to the promised land.
I'm telling you, as a Connecticut kid, my first ever Chicago Bears game was the New Orleans Saints versus the Chicago Bears, with Coach Ditka coaching the Saints, and Shayne Matthews hitting Curtis Conway in the left corner of the end zone. I was in the stadium. True story, Shayne. I'll never forget it, because I grew up in Connecticut as a Bears fan because of Walter Payton. The quick story, the real quick story. And to be there and be in that Soldier Field around those fans, I remember it very well that everybody started leaving the stadium. It was the old stadium too. And I'm like, what is going on? Yelling at fans. Never give up. I thought this was the city of big shoulders. Never give up. So greatest story. There's like 6 Saints fans in front of me, like 4 rows down, and then a group of like college-age Bears fans there. And all of a sudden, we got a chant going. Let's go Bears. Throughout the whole stadium, you guys were down 2 touchdowns, like you said. Shayne, you brought the Chicago Bears back. Why are you doing that same shit that you're talking about at Cars, and I'm watching the fucking tape, and I'm saying you're absolutely right? You can't go as a coach or a GM and say, Sam's our guy. He hasn't done it yet, and we passed over him for Alex Bars and had him in the practice squad forever. Then he comes in there, plays okay, and it's the fiery type. But we're going to hand him the job and not competition there? You move Iselin out instead of allowing the competition with Iselin, Redmond, and Mustafa. You're allowing politics. It's Sam. Sam keeps getting mentioned by the head coach like he's some sort of fucking 3-year starter in the NFL. I just want to see fundamentals. Wrong steps by Mustafa, snaps on the ground by Mustafa. It's a huge issue. And it's one with which these, Shayne, show it again, please. Politics is over performance with Coach Nagy.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Chicago's trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Here it is!
Keeping it 100.
I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100. Keeping it 100, baby.
Open competition.
Keeping it 100. The smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The 2 dudes that kept it real. The dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now them out stuff like the true and now and laters. Debaters, claws get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks trolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the armchair. The tape never lies, the truth you see. We laugh, we lie, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max at. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest
Keeping it
man.
100. Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby. Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Draft Dr.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Shayne, Money Man Marsaw, and the guard.
So this is Claudio the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports Keeping It 100. Listen, it's Jesper Horsted's world, and we're just all living in it. This fucking kid went off, 3 touchdowns. What a game. I'm sure that's why he made the 53-man roster. So let's talk about that and the rest of the roster moves and much more with another great show. We got 2 former Bears coming on. We're bringing it back to the mid-90s with QB Erik Kramer and defensive tackle Chris Zorich coming on. So let's bring in the boys, the birthday boys, Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw, and draft Dr. Phil.
What's up, Claudio?
What's up, guys? Happy
That's
birthday to you.
You can
and
never get this right. This
Don't do
intro
shit.
when- Claudio, don't do shit.
I'm trying. I was off cue again. Was I off cue again?
A little bit.
Yes. Yes.
Listen, we'll have to do that.
It's all right.
Post-
1 year,
We'll,
Claudio.
we'll get it fixed by our second birthday.
Wait a
Claude.
1
second.
year to today.
Unreal, guys.
Keeping it 100 made its debut. It's weird.
Yeah,
On
that was the
September
show that
1st.
took our live streaming away, right?
It was the show. What's
It's
up,
about
100 crew? You guys are strong right now in the chat room like you are every week. This is the birthday show. And what I mean by that, the birth of TTNL show. This is an anniversary like no other. And I'm excited, Shayne, to be here tonight. Obviously, the roster moves. We did a pop-up show yesterday on our patron side talking about possible moves, and the smartest man was calling it. He's taking his shots. Lots of moves at the bottom of the roster, and today is no different, but we're going to get into that in a minute. But yes, Shayne, all this a year later, people are figuring out that is me wrapping the open. That gets us amped up. I saw Jackal getting fired up to get on the show. That's why I think we play the intro first, then the song, because it does get me fired up. Because this, I'm so proud. 1 year,
You're
man.
fired up. I couldn't tell in
I
the
got a
pre-show.
lot.
I was
I've
gonna
been
have to
producing-
send you over some fucking paper towels, you wine ass. Like
Claudio.
Jackal said.
Claudio needs to bring his pipe or his.
I know. I
bowl.
think you.
Jackal texted me. He's like, "This motherfucker. What's wrong with this guy?"
I'm fired up. I'm fired up tonight. I got a lot to be fired up about.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Pace's presser, 1 year anniversary. There's always drama surrounding the Chicago Bears.
Never.
Nick Foles, and is he going to get traded? They never put a young talent on the practice squad at the quarterback position, like someone you want other than David Fales, somebody that you want to like build around that has some sort of traits. That stuff gets me fired. Rodney Adams, what was that about? Oh, there's so much going on with the Bears, but to open the show, obviously, was it a little low for you, Shayne?
Yeah,
Caden,
it was.
you got to turn up the audio, Caden. Not to nitpick.
He's in college. He's
I know.
His first
slaying
week
the
of college.
ladies.
He's learning about his calculus homework that he's got to get
He's
done.
in college. His first week at college, we're being hard on him. But hey, that's TTNL. We've had
That's
a
right.
lot of people quit because they can't take me and Shayne going back.
Just
and
as
forth.
long as I don't get a call from Caden tomorrow telling me that he's Michael Jackson and he's got to just spread his wings.
Oh, God. So, anyways,
What are the whys?
What are the whys, Caden? What are the why? Why was the volume low, Caden? Jesus. Anyway, not how we want to start the birthday show. He did give
When
him,
I say the variables, that's
he give us the background here to set the tone. Look, see, if we remove Claudia, you could see the ones. Yeah, a little texture, a little tone to get you ready. 1 year's anniversary. Is that how you say it? Or 1 year?
1 year. Yeah.
1 year.
Okay.
You have
1
to-
year.
It's like you and your Illinois. It's Illinois 1 year. You don't add that
Okay.
S.
Just checking with the smartest man.
That's hey,
He knows about.
it's right there. I got a fucking clip and everything.
We got a drop now. I love this.
Compliments of
Finally,
Alex Acevedo. Had to
Alex
rely on him,
Acevedo.
and why is that?
because
you know how it is.
oh man,
Tell him, Steven.
You guys are crazy. TTNL, there's my guy, Cool Kennedy.
There he is.
All of you guys, in the chat. 100 crew.
Yeah.
This is a testament to you, Anthony Mendez, Mikel Williams, everybody that has been a part of the growth, sharing, as Jackal would say.
Be a friend. Tell a friend. What's up, mother effers? How's everybody doing tonight?
The fantasy guru.
The fantasy guru. The show is going well.
Yeah, tuned in, bro. Good
Tuesday
shit.
nights.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me and
Tuesday
the
nights.
idiot savant, Steven Johnson.
Yeah.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Oh my God! Look at Jay Sanders. Nobody here is from Illinois, bro. So you're
hello.
Where is
My
that?
name is Jay.
Ask Phil where that is on a map.
Between Jonathan Wood and Jay Sanders today with
God.
the nerd calculus corrections. Nobody is having Illinois. Listen, I don't even know what I'm saying or talking, how I say things for people, and they make fun of how I say it. I make fun of how you say it. Illinois is actually how it would be said if it was British. Illinois. There's an S. There's an S. What is it?
Put the shovel down, bro. Come on.
When's the S silent? If we're gonna be honest,
in Illinois.
Yeah,
it's silent. That's when.
Based on the fucking way they talk there, right? That's how it became silent. Like Des Moines, they say Des Moines, right? They don't say the S. Hey, let's not get. I put ketchup on my fucking hot dog too. Does that get you all upset?
Yeah, your
hot dog.
It's my fucking hot dog.
This invention here is called the Cobb Quick.
It's my hot
Literally
dog.
about to fucking click that.
Jesus Christ.
Not
I can't
fast
believe
enough.
these things.
So-
there's all these different rules. Jackal's shaking his head, but listen, I don't play by those rules. I'm Bill Belichick's rules. I know we heard the Ryan Pace presser. We're going to get into that.
Yeah.
At the top of the hour, we got our guy Chris Zorich, former Chicago Bear and Notre Damer, coming on the show to talk Bears.
Go, Chris. I'm ready, buddy.
Well, guys, real quick with the roster cuts that just happened, what would you guys say is the most surprising, either add or drop? What player?
The most surprising
To you? Yeah, well, either one, add or cut. What player are you most surprised of him being the decision being made?
I can't believe JP Holtz is on this roster. Like, just being honest, like
That wasn't the
assessing the
question.
tape. Well, he's saying surprise, whatever.
Either way.
I'm surprised that he's there because I don't believe that he brings anything of value to this team. Now, Shayne told me they talked about Tabor.
Yeah, there's a quote out there.
The three
from Tabor.
guys that Tabor talked about are the
Yeah.
three guys that I want off the roster.
Mhm.
And that would be Josh Woods, Iggy Abunaway, and JP Holtz. Those three guys, I don't understand how they're on the roster. That's just we're going to get into it all off season and all in the season, which is coming up. But I mean, no, Mike V, he didn't even play. They like 3 plays in the first preseason game against
injured.
Miami. Then
I didn't know he was injured until today. They were talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so then he's out. So that was the biggest surprise. Like, I hear Pace today say, and we're going to show it later, we're about getting the best players. That's what we're about. We don't care. Everything we've said on this network, Ryan Pace said today, Shayne. If you saw the presser.
Mhm.
So he said, listen, we don't care where we drafted you. We don't care how much money. We want the best. That's what it's about. So to me, Josh Woods, Iggy, and Holtz, like PJ, are the three. You can make an argument for Sam Mustipher. I know everyone's in love with Sam, but the tape doesn't lie on Sam. It never does. And Sam has a lot of questions. So
Yeah.
that's a question there.
The performance over politics, as I'm wearing the shirt.
Yes.
I mean, there
I
is
wore mine last night.
I understand that you can question that, but at the same time, and I don't want to say that theory falls apart, but when it pertains to Chicago, let's not forget that they launched Daz Newsome. They launched the corner that they drafted in the 6th round, Thomas Graham Jr. So those guys, they didn't keep those guys on the active 53 just because they were drafted. They let them go because they weren't good enough, and they figured that they could stash them on the practice squad. So, yes, there is portions of the roster where the performance over politics part comes into play, but you can't say it for everything when they're throwing draft picks that they just made a couple of months ago, and they're taking them off of the roster. So there obviously with everything, there's two sides to it, and they added them back. I mean, we can go over the practice squad, who they added and everything like that, but they got back everybody. I think that they were really mostly concerned with. To me, Dieter was a big one for me. I really wanted to see him back. I wanted to see Snowden back, guys like that. Artevis Pierce, I wouldn't have lost any sleep over, because I think a lot of running backs are replaceable parts, especially when you're talking about lower end guys on the roster. But it is what it is, man. People are so fired up. Am I crushed about Adams? No, I'm not. I understand he made a big play, guys, but it happens every single preseason. Is it going to dictate this roster going forward? No, it's pretty obvious what the Bears are trying to do. The Bears are trying to open up things. They're adding top end speed to this roster and it's been lacking forever. Perriman's problem, Perriman's got to catch the fucking football, plain and simple. But he's a big guy with big time speed. They're trying to get these guys on the outside that are going to open up things for Cole Kmet, for Jimmy Graham, for Tariq Cohen whenever he does get back to dump the ball off to David Montgomery. All of these guys. Allen Robinson, you're going to see him as the big slot. Phil, we talked about that. Right. That's what their game plan is: team speed. That's the number one reason why when they signed Perriman today, I knew immediately.
I think Demarius Byrd is in trouble.
Bird?
Yeah, Demir Bird. Sorry, Demir Bird. Once they sign Perriman, because they still have to make a move, because when he was in his presser, he kind of alluded it to.
Well, yeah, so Jenkins went on IR.
Right.
So you gain one there, but then you have the move with Danny. So I would have to look.
We got to look at that. Somebody, even in the chat, the 100 crew, you guys are phenomenal producers. You do more than Jackal, to be perfectly honest. I know he hates that, but he can't look this up for some reason. Is there another move that needs to be made?
There's going to be more. There's going to be
with the Perriman signing. That's all I want to know. Does it, like, you're playing chess, so to speak. You're knocking off a pawn now that he's gone. So if you sign it, because at the presser, he hasn't been officially announced. That's what I meant.
Right, and that's the thing. And this is another big key to roster building that, for whatever reason, people aren't interested in or just don't care, because they see a guy get cut that had a 70-yard touchdown reception, and everybody fucking gets fired up. And I understand it, but you're going to see more moves made after week one, because the way that it's set up is veterans, vested vets. If you sign them after week one, then their contract becomes guaranteed only week to week. Like Jason Peters was signed pre-week one. His contract is guaranteed for the season.
I like that they peppered him with the Borum stuff.
Yeah.
And he said exactly what I was talking about last night. If you were a patron, it's not hard as blog boys. Where's that dude? Fuck the blog boys. I love that hashtag. It's not as hard as people make it out to be, to play right and play left. If you're an athlete, you could do it. It's just a different set, and it's just a mindset. And Borum has been, to me, he's your starting right tackle.
Totally agree. Mr.
Affetti is your versatile, rotational interior play tackle. The athleticism and the confidence and the point of attack strength is there. I know I'm not answering your question more, Claudio, but this has to be said to begin the show, because I know with Chris, we're going to be talking about a lot of other things, but I just think Borum, and again, they have 11 days to prepare now for
Well,
the
and that's
Rams.
you heard Pace allude to that. It makes things a little bit easier. I mean, you're going to see, we talked about the trades and listen, lower ends of the roster are turned over constantly throughout the season. You'll see,
and with COVID too, it's
absolutely. Why do you
they have 16?
Do you remember
practice
on this show last week or 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, I mentioned if the Bears were smart, if they released Brian Johnson, that he absolutely should be added to the practice squad. They did that today, and it's smart. You go out, Cairo Santos gets COVID and bounces, you got his replacement right there instantly.
Yeah.
It's good business. It's smart.
It was smartest man, the GM.
Why
but I agreed with you to be.
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
I
Phil.
totally agree with you. It's the only thing I see. I know he did mention a little nugget, he being Ryan Pace, if you're listening at home on the podcast side. Ryan Pace did a smart thing, and he said, hey, we're fighting for those last 3 spots like it's and I'm paraphrasing this quote as if it's the first pick in the draft. They're fighting about who they're going to claim or sign to the practice squad. So maybe that's a quarterback, Shayne, with those traits that we were hopeful for. No,
they've I want one. If I was running the team, I would always have a quarterback on my practice squad. Always. I would always, every single year. I would, if I could.
Big
staff
plays
them
are
there.
nice. They're good. We need more of those.
The Bears have zero interest in doing that. They've showed it since Ryan Pace has been here. It's been very, very rare for them to carry a guy on the practice squad. Maybe if there's injuries or whatever like that, or they get depleted, they have, Tyler Bray has been there for whatever reason, but I'm talking about a young developmental guy that's got some upside to him that they think. I saw somebody in the chat that I just want to address too, Demir Bird versus Rodney Adams. The difference, it's about speed and explosion. That's what they're looking for at wide receiver, guys. They went out and got Marquise Goodwin for a reason. They went out and got Demir Bird for a reason. They went out and got Perriman for a reason. They drafted Darnell Mooney for a reason. This wide receiver core, number one, what they've been looking for, an upgrade, is speed. They have the guy that can do the dirty work. That's a top-end route runner that's got good hands, in Allen Robinson that's got size. They have that. They want it. Phil, you can throw deep, and you don't even have to complete the ball, and it can dictate a defense.
Oh, yeah. Tonight we're going to have a former quarterback that could talk all about that.
You have to respect it if you have speed out there. And the Bears have had no speed for a lot of years.
Now you got 3 and 4 potentially, because I think Bird might be in danger if we ever get that answer about the 53. Because if Perriman's coming here, I believe they're going to move off of Bird, because I heard him mention Mooney, Goodwin, and kind of patted himself on the back saying people are all excited about what we did with Goodwin.
Phil, you got to look at it too, is Marquise Goodwin's history has been to be nicked up. So that's another factor here that you have to take into consideration. These guys are going to go out and they get – Marquise Goodwin has always been – I don't want to call him a top-end player. He's always been explosive, but you see him –
explosive and talented, tough,
and then he's grabbing his hamstring, and then he's gone for 6 weeks. That's been his issue.
That's his issue.
That's why he hasn't played right now, because they want to take
he does
no
have
chances.
A year off, so you got to be careful and cautious of that. So I like, everybody should be excited about Mooney. I don't like, we've talked about this on BHL. We talked about it last week. I don't like them bubble wrapping Darnell Mooney as if he's Isaac Bruce.
Either. I talked about that. They were treating him like Randy Moss, and I'm like, he was nice. I know Claudio's rubbed a couple of them out to him at this point. It's crazy.
My man.
You see HL in the chat is asking where Cameron, he's on the practice squad. HL got added.
Oh, Cam.
Real quick, what about this guy that they picked up on waivers? Real quick.
Simba
Webster.
Jack
They picked
will
him
get
up
it.
off of the. Do you guys
Real
know
quick.
anything about what the deal with him or?
Punt returner. You,
Just a
you
punt
have
returner?
nobody. Yeah, you.
Real quick. All right, we did. Real quick. We got it. Who is doing it? Claudio?
Me. I was trying to talk.
But blame
Anyway.
Zorich. He was doing it on his end. Not paying attention.
All right.
Real quick.
Real quick.
I paused there because this guy, the punt returner, is the guy I'm most excited about that they picked up today. But as we get into that,
Simba.
listen,
The N is silent, Phil. Just like
I don't
the
know.
S is silent. in
Is
Illinois.
it the
I think so. I think it's
what was
Simba?
it? Simba wasn't
N-
that
N-
Webster.
Yeah, it's
the
Webster.
Lion King? Wasn't that Simba?
Simba.
All when you announce him, you play that fucking song. Every
No,
fucking
we
time.
don't. We don't play that song.
Yes,
wanna
just for a second, a split second.
No,
please.
No. We're good.
Listen, it's the birthday of TTNL tonight, the anniversary. And we have some huge news tonight to share with everybody out there. But our first guest is in the chat. He's in the green room ready to come out. We do it our TTNL way. Every time we bring a guest on. This guy, let me just say this about him. Not only is he a friend, he's also a former Notre Dame two-time All-American, Lombardi Award winner, and he was always the fucking underdog. And in all honesty, as a young kid, Phil Jr. would just root for this guy. And then to have him go on to the Bears was just an amazing thing for me personally. And for him, it must have been everything. But you saw him the first time he came on the show. He's coming back for more and maybe even more. Here he is, Chris Zorich.
Cool. This guy headed to South Bend with a scholarship in hand to suit up for the Fighting Irish, where he became a champion. After college, he didn't have to move very far, as his hometown Chicago Bears made him the 49th overall pick in the 1991 NFL Draft. Bears fans, TTNL fans, get out your seats and give it up for former Chicago Bears defensive lineman, he's Chris.
Now, if
What
you
up?
know,
What up? I
There
think that
he
was
is.
Jim McMahon. Wasn't that Jim McMahon that I just got done saying?
I was just gonna. This is why
Damn.
me and you are connected. I go, if you notice who that number 9 was, and I just noticed it now as I've
He
produced
had the
that
visor
shit.
on, too. He had the visor on.
That was former Bear Jim McMahon that you were just laying on, and then I loved how you did.
Apologized after that because I grew up watching them, and I when I went back down, I think I even went to go help him up or some shit, right? I was like, hey, I'm really sorry about that. He was like, fuck you, Chris. I'm like, wow, okay.
You also got up off of him, which is
You know.
the ultimate fuck you, dude.
By the way, happy birthday! Holy shit, 1 year.
1 year.
What about that? Woo woo! Did y'all have a cake or something? Or did y'all share some stuff or what?
Oh yeah, we have the TTNL After Dark party after the show that nobody knows about.
Smoke weed every day.
All right, well, here's to you guys. Cheers.
Thank you so much. What are you drinking there? A nice dark beverage? Is that
A
an
little.
adult?
It might be a little Jack and Coke Zero. Who knows? Just
Oh,
saying.
I love
Coke
that.
Zero. Claude's
saying.
gonna jump through the screen. Coke
Claudio
Zero.
might steal all your Coke Zeros.
By the way, they just came out with a new recipe. I don't know if y'all checked that out.
No.
This is the red can.
What's
Are y'all
the
gonna
red
get
can?
for a sponsor? Is it a
What's the
sponsorship
red
issue
can?
or
We're
it's the
working
it's a
on
new
it.
recipe, man.
Oh my god.
Now more delicious. See, new recipe.
Look at that.
Now more delicious. I didn't get this in my fucking
Come on,
area
man.
code.
Hey, man. Wake up, bro.
I'm not from Illinois with a silent S, I guess.
Illinois.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's been Phil's move for the past couple of years, Chris. Throwing the S on the end of it.
Love it.
Listen, I totally forgot about this little message, little ditty. Remember Jack and Diane? Little ditty about Jack and Diane, two American. You know that song or no?
Best they can. Come on,
That's
man.
what I'm talking
Come
about.
on, man.
Look at you.
By the way, I'm representing.
Look at
that.
you.
Come
representing
I got the
TTNL.
swag in the mail.
Yes.
It's the birthday.
Look at this. When you say that,
Happy first birthday to the Tape Never Lies Network, TTNL. We would like to thank the TTNL crew and our fans. Without our loyal fans, this wouldn't be possible. We would also like to thank our loyal patrons, 10,300 YouTube subscribers. Happy birthday. We're looking forward to providing the very best Chicago Bears content.
there it is. The
That's
tape,
impressive.
tape never lies. Chris Zorich. I never lie. So should we do it right this second, guys? Shayne?
I'd say hell yeah. Why
Listen,
wait any
I don't
longer?
lie. We've been talking about huge news for this network, huge news for TTNL fans, and the glory of the Golden Dome is a little cue to what we are adding. I am so proud to announce right now that we are adding this guy right here on the show. So Monday nights, the Super Poll Show with Chris Zorich, the Super 16 Poll Show with Chris Zorich, right here. This guy.
By the way, please don't tell me that's my theme music because I'm gonna have to come up with
No,
this.
that's definitely not.
Okay,
music.
You just wait, bro. You're gonna love
I
it.
was just wondering.
He had a taste. I gave him a
I'm
taste.
just saying, man, you flipped it on me. I mean, I was like, what? At first, I was ready to like.
Listen, we
sit
can't
down,
give
and all of a
away
sudden, I'm
all
like,
the.
It brings back a lot of memories. That Super Bowl. I went to a lot of Super Bowl shows when I was in college, Chris.
Nice.
I loved it.
There you go, man. And
A lot of
depending who
balls.
was
We
the bouncer,
stacked with
depending on who was the
16
bouncer at the
singles.
door, you're all set. This is not going to be that type of show.
Listen, let's get into it. Tonight, we're announcing Chris Zorich is a part of the Tape Never Lies Network. You see him right here. We talked to the patrons last night. They kept a secret.
They
So
did.
good for them.
All right.
We announced it last night. We're super excited for the Super 16 Poll Show with Chris Zorich here. Monday nights at 8:30. Chris is going to go live. Take your questions as he runs down his top 16 teams. His top 16 teams.
However,
Go ahead.
I was only able to do this because I was fortunate enough to be inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. Whoa!
What?
There
What?
you go.
Whoop,
But
whoop.
it's the combination between the National Football Foundation and the Football Writers Association of America. And every year for I think it's been like since the 80s, they actually put together a top 16 of college football. And I was fortunate enough to be, wait, is that a Coke Zero? Oh, that's the old kind, huh?
This is the Cherry Coke
Oh,
Zero.
oh, okay. I was just going to say.
I always go Cherry Coke Zero.
Okay,
I'm doing the Mountain Dew Zero.
Oh,
we're all doing
that's
zero.
The crack. That's the well, you know. Hold on. After we get to be a certain age, we can't do all that sugar.
No, this is
But
yes, we're
I
on
didn't
zero.
realize they
Zero.
had crack. I didn't realize Mountain Dew had crack, sugar-free crack.
Oh, bro,
Yes.
yeah, it's the shit too. It's
Oh,
I can't.
Lord.
I only get that at the movie theaters.
Lord.
So
I didn't realize
there's a strawberry one, Chris. A Mountain Dew strawberry zero at the movie theater. So
oh, Lord. It's like crack, man. That's just like you just sniffed it all away. Come on, man. Those are
where's
poured
Jackal
cows
with
days.
this meth?
Wow. There you go. See, anyway, so I'm fortunate enough to have a chance to be myself along with about 20 other folks from the College Football Hall of Fame and the Football Writers of America Association. We're going to combine, and every week we're going to come up with a top 16 list that will compete. You know, I'm not going to say they're going to compete against the AP, but just tune in. It's going to be awesome.
listen, anything with you, a former Notre Damer, you got to leave the bias out because I'm going to be in your ear during the show.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be hard on you.
I got to keep it.
That's what she said.
Wait, I got to keep it real? Is that what?
Keep it 100.
I have to keep it 100?
You have to keep it 100.
So I can't lie. I can't lie on the show.
Yes, that's right.
Originally, Chris wanted to do a segment on keeping it 100, and I gotten to know Chris a little bit from being on the show and talk to him and stuff. And I said, well, you get Chris and Phil in a fucking segment, the show's going to go to 12 hours, and that's not conducive to my schedule. But so I said to Phil, I'm like, we got to get this guy on his own show, man. It's going to be fucking great. And the best part, Chris, when we had our meeting, when we brought this to you, where I was so fucking proud of you, and Phil probably knows exactly where I'm going with this. Phil's like, well, Chris, now did you want me to do voting with you? And Chris goes, fuck no. Goes, that's all me, bro. What the fuck? No, that's me.
I finally get the shot.
When he said that, I'm like, we got to get this fucking dude, man. He fits in perfectly.
We've actually known each other for maybe about 3 hours. And this mother was like, so, you want me to vote for you? What?
Oh, it was so great.
I'll be the heel. I was confused by the email, but yes, Chris is going to have some guests as he goes through the season. Obviously, throughout the season, he's going to have a great look. This is on our network. This is not a patrons only show. However, we will steal Chris over to the tape side to be breaking down some defensive linemen, but we haven't talked.
D-line, man. How about linebackers, man? Come on, I used to be a linebacker.
Yeah,
if you want.
No, I don't.
Linebackers, D-line.
No, you're
Chris
pussies.
Zorich.
Linebackers are pussies.
My father cannot wait to get you. Now here's Don Crouch from Walter Camp. From Walter Camp,
my guy.
We got to get you back over there into New Haven. We're going to do a special show from Modern Pizza. It'll be a lot of fun. We will have that reunion. That's my boy, Donnie Crouch. I love that dude. But yeah, Zorich will be breaking down every week his 16. So the show will be based on going down, working down, almost like, VH1's top 16 songs. Same kind of premise. Chris will come on and break down his college team.
We're not a sports show. I mean, you can say ESPN on this show, right?
Well, I don't know. Do they do that on the show?
I don't know, but don't compare me to like 1980s VH1 like top 20. So, come on, man.
Well, there's going to be some hip hop.
This is going to be a big time thing where we're going to break down and talk about teams, take some calls. And we're going to mix it up a little bit with some good players, and some underdog guys, It's going to be fun.
We also, we're going to have a lot of fun.
How old are you, man?
All right. Listen, I'm old. I'm 48. 48.
Beach, what are you going to compare it to like Sade from back in the day? Like
Sade, yes.
Come on, man.
See,
Beach,
he remembers.
Come on, man.
Don't you remember the pop-up video shows?
Pop-up video is one of my favorite, man.
Yeah.
You never saw pop-up video?
Lord.
Yeah.
Did you see pop-up video or not?
You're
just standing in your throne?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so
really?
You don't know how great that show is. I'm going to send you a pop. So it gave you little inside stories and it would pop up.
Oh, yes. Like on the bottom.
Yeah, a little bubble would pop up.
Bubble, like a comic book.
I got one for you.
Yes.
What was the first video you saw on MTV? You, not the first video they aired, but what was the first video you saw?
That is
That's just rude. I don't know who did that. But what was it, Phil? What was your first video?
My first video, I think, was by I ran so far away. I remember I'm like, what? I just remember.
I don't know who made it, but I remember the song.
Yeah. I don't remember who. I had two older sisters that controlled. They were, I don't know, quite a bit older than I was. So I was just young. So they controlled everything. But mine was probably something crazy like Rick Springfield or fucking Menudo or some crazy shit like that. Yeah, back in the day.
Flock of seagulls. Okay, that's cool.
Flock of seagulls isn't that Iran? Maybe I was thinking of Flock of Seagulls in my head. So
I don't know who sang this song, but all I remember is "Take on me, take me on again, take me." Dude, I just thought of something. You better not like replay this.
I said nobody talk over it.
What?
Oh no, we already clipped it. We got people writing down the time. That's how we're gonna promo your show. Listen to Chris Zorich butcher 80s hits.
I gotta put down a cocktail, get a little too loosey goosey here. Like, I did not realize that this is gonna be recorded and they're gonna play.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
And I would do my version of the safety dance, but I know that's gonna be clipped.
We need to start doing the safety dance at Soldier Field like you did back. Did you ever have a safety with the Bears?
I did not. But can I brag on myself for a second?
I think I know
Phil
where
does
you're
it
going
constantly.
with the brag.
That's pretty much our
I don't
entire
know.
show.
I don't know. Do you? Oh, wait.
I brag about you, Chris, all the time.
Wait. You know something better than I do? What?
I'm thinking of your Dallas Cowboy Thanksgiving Day run.
But here's the thing, though. Do you know who it was? It was against Dave Wanstead.
Was it?
Well, it actually wasn't Thanksgiving. It happened to be the last game of the year for us. Ditka put me in. This is 92. Ditka put me in the second half of the show, or second half of the game, and I forced a fumble, picked it up, and scored. And I remember as I was running past, I was looking at Dave and like, I didn't point at him, but I was like, yeah, just thinking he was the D coordinator. Literally, like 3 months later, he became the Bears head coach.
Oh,
I was like, oh, I guess I maybe should have scored on you. My bad. But yeah, that was my one and only touchdown in college and pro, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes.
That is a great trivia question. So when we give away tickets to some Bears games, I'm going to ask that question. How many touchdowns did Chris Zorich score? There you go. So pay attention. So we're super excited as the Super 16 poll show.
I'd like how
Chris
you kind of
Zorich.
rolled it in there.
I like that.
However, you do have to play the because I'm getting kind of like that.
Do you want to see it
kinda
again?
like that. I do.
If you're just tuning in, TTNL, the birthday, we're giving birth to another baby.
Oh,
I want nothing to do with
I don't know how much he weighs,
I'm good.
but we are super
I
excited.
didn't know two dudes can have a baby. That's awesome.
Hey, every
I'm a
day.
300-pound newborn.
It's been a long year, Chris. You don't even know the whole story, bro.
We are super excited to tonight announce the addition, our first round draft pick right here, Chris Zorich to TTNL, the family, the 100 crew. You're going to be supporting him, joining his show, interacting with him Monday nights, 8:30 East, right here on TTNL, all over the place, as well as Chris Zorich's own YouTube channel. I asked the 100 crew to go over there, subscribe to Chris Zorich's channel as well. Let's get his numbers up.
Hello.
Right now, we have over 10,300 and some odd people subscribed to our channel on the birthday. And as Claudio said, we have over 1 million views over 1 year's time, I believe.
What a great way to celebrate.
Unbelievable. There you go.
That was
Don't worry, Cool Kennedy and me are producing a dope intro song and all the TTNL fun that you guys know. There's been a lot of work. That's why these guys saw me getting all fired up, because I've been talking to a bunch of our talented producers, and Ron G, Caden Whitlow, Steven Johnson, with their graphics and stuff and everything. They're going to help me produce to give you the best
shit.
Claudio, don't do shit. I don't know. But just in TTNL way, as you could see, Chris brings the passion, football knowledge, obviously, and just a an incredible human being. And what better way to celebrate 1 year anniversary than to announce the Christopher Zorich show on our show? He also does have a podcast. He does.
I also, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. You can talk about my podcast now.
The Zorich podcast, Free Justin. He's talking about Justin Fields, I'm sure.
All
He
right.
just subscribed to your channel. See
Thank
that?
you.
Yeah, we're gonna help Chris's intro.
I just got an intro. I just got a notification. That's awesome. Thank you, sir. Oh,
Right,
this
it's in real time.
This is amazing. Holy crap! But
Yeah,
see,
everybody go blow Chris's phone up. Go subscribe.
I learned this because unfortunately Phil didn't tell me this, but Shayne, apparently I need to thank you because you're the one who said it needs to be a show, not just a little segment. So
Yes,
why
that's
didn't
what
you
he was
tell me that?
breaking my balls.
Why didn't Phil tell me that? That's
Listen.
bullshit.
I told you this.
This tells you everything right here, Chris. I'll play this for you. You don't
See,
get
I love
that.
that. That's great.
You don't
I
get
like that
that
music.
You don't get that. You gotta earn it, bro. You gotta earn. We can't just give you.
I
gotta
told
earn it.
Ron G to
Yeah.
give you some drum line, some marching band.
He
So
gave
you're
me
gonna
like
take
some
it.
1932 like
Ron G.
college, like Harvard
That was-
versus Yale music.
To Ron's. That was the last time Notre Dame was relevant in college.
Oh,
there it goes the
you know
shot.
what? I was about to turn around and show you something. You flashed. Whoa! When you flashed the Alabama hat, much respect. That is correct, sir.
There you go.
No, man, we are so stoked, Chris. When Phil and I were talking about this, I'm like, dude, this is you fit us perfectly. I mean, the attitude. I still have people coming up to me and they're like, "Oh my god, bro, I tuned in when Zorich was on with you guys for the first time," and like, dude grabs a cigar, fucking lights it with a blowtorch. I mean, that fits exactly what we do here. It's when we say keeping it 100, you're a huge part of that. You're a huge part of where we're going, man. So I am really, really excited that you're part of the family here, and it's going to be great, man. It's going to be a big year. Year number 2 for this network is going to be bigger and better, and we're glad you're a part of it, man.
Hey, man, it's all about the team.
That's
We
right.
do this.
That's it. You do it together. There's been a lot of questions about cigars, Chris. Will you be allowed to smoke a cigar while you're there? It is another one.
Cigar reviews. I like it.
Yes.
Actually, you can blame my wife. I'm actually in my office and I'm not allowed to smoke in the house, but I will smoke in the garage. And I probably will be doing the show from the garage, so I could have a cigar while I'm maybe breaking some stuff down. I don't know yet, but it's a possibility. I like that.
So the teasers out there, a possibility. There could be like a great week for Notre Dame, and I could see you in the garage with the cigar, right?
Lord, absolutely. And that's not going to be the first week. I can guarantee that.
This is the only collaboration that this network stands for, adding great talent. We've added some amazing producers, Caden, Jackal, Cherie. We got Cool Kennedy with the music and collaborating with your boy DDP. We got Ron G and Steven Johnson producing backgrounds and graphics and everything of that nature.
Did he just refer to himself in the third person?
Yes, I did. I did. Because that's my stage.
Oh,
yes.
Just wait, Chris.
Really?
Just
He didn't say anything about that, man.
Just wait till you come on. He's like, you can give me about 13 minutes and I'll be done with my 14 questions, and then you can get one in, and then I'm gonna butt in and say real before you go, Shayne, just hold up a minute.
Real quick.
Really, a ball hog. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Exactly. Real quick. Chris wants that beat for his. Real quick. He's like, why do I get the Harvard music?
The 1932 Harvard music.
We'll pick it up for you, obviously. So we kick off next Monday, correct? This coming Monday, or is it
Yes,
the
sir.
Monday?
No.
Are you going to be ready? Are you going to be ready? Is what I'm.
The season.
Yes.
Maron.
Come on, man.
The real college football season kicks off this weekend. Am I right, Chris?
Sunday.
Hello.
Sunday, Chris.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know why they got moved to Sunday, but yes.
Why did they do that, Chris? I had a lot of people.
I don't know if it was scheduling or they wanted to be the only show in town. You know, I mean, you know how Notre Dame is, man.
Yeah.
Did you didn't have any influence on the day?
Yeah, no, not at all. But here's the thing, though. Because they're away and it's the ACC, then I think they probably had something to do with it. And I think because it was their biggest game. However, it's interesting because this is me doing my homework. We do have Clemson and Georgia, which that's a 3 and a 5. They're playing. Yes. So, why they moved Notre Dame and Florida State to Sunday, I do not know. But I am not that knowledgeable about the intricacies of Notre Dame scheduling.
So take us through a little bit for the fan, why they should tune in Monday nights, 8:30, the Super 16 poll show with Chris Zorich. I know that's a lot of words.
But I love it, man. Super 16 poll show. Not the kind of poll song or Shayne was used to, but you know.
So talk about it. You're excited about the opportunity and bringing this to this network and what you're going to be doing.
Shayne, you are so right. I mean, I'm about to go into my thing, and he's still like telling me how to do, like, giving me directions and stuff.
Yeah. See?
This is tough. This is going to be tough. All right, so I'm a huge college football fan. Love college football. Actually, love it a little bit more, but I won't say that out loud. Love the passion, love the excitement, love the pageantry of college football, and having a chance to kind of have my thoughts, my ideas. Now, here's the thing, though. I mean, my poll is going to be a little different than other folks because I'm going to be looking for some intangibles. You know, did somebody's plane get in late? Did they only have 5-6 hours of sleep the night before? And these are all things that can affect the team that a lot of pollsters may not take a look at. Also going to take a look at really kind of what it means to be ranked number one. And I know I talked about this last time. It's really hard. I was fortunate enough to be ranked number one for about 23 games. Whoa, did I just say that? Damn. So I know the pressure, and it is no joke. When we were ranked number one, we were playing teams like Navy and Rice. They were giving us beyond what they could actually do on the field. So the idea that a team is going to be playing a number one team is going to be important to me. So I'm going to look at that factor. I'm going to look at the factor of kind of what the coach is talking about, right? I mean, can he give a good pregame speech? I mean, all these things are going to be factors for me because those are things that I look to, but more importantly, those are the things that young 18-year-old kids react to. Also, would love to have a segment about kind of like the one underdog guy who maybe had a great week, maybe is not an All-American, maybe is like a 6'1" defensive tackle from Notre Dame. I mean, who knows, you know? But just, I mean, I'm going to be cheering for folks like that, and we're going to be talking about that. So this is not going to be your normal poll show. This is going to be kind of taking all factors in.
I'm excited about you being on that and being here and just being on top of all the intricacies of the game. And it goes back to our complaints with Coach Matt Nagy and what he's doing here with Chicago. You had the pleasure of me playing for Coach Ditka. Then you had Wannstedt. You were in those locker rooms. So does it matter to a professional athlete what you just talked about? I know you said an 18-year-old it matters. Does it matter to a professional athlete about accountability and passion and that kind of, you know, punishment, if you will, some reprimanding coach holding them accountable across the board?
So it should. The idea, when you talk about leadership, when you're talking about making sacrifice, when you talk about the culture of a locker room, that should be important. So I don't want to discount a lot of guys that care about that. But then you have affects the guys that are just in it to get paid. That I don't care who the coach is, and that may not be a bad thing, but they're going to do well because they're being compensated very well. That's another group of guys. So the idea that there's some players out there, some professional players out there that do care about what the coach says, that will get pumped up for a pregame speech, that will get excited that we're playing Green Bay and not, Tampa Bay. I mean, there are guys that are like that, but also understand that. I mean, we're all different people. Right. So something that might fire me up, that Mike Ditka says, Richard Dent's going to be like, dude, I heard that for like 10 years. That dude's crazy. He's insane. But for me, I'm a rookie. I'm ready to run through the wall for Mike Ditka. And Stephen Michael's like, hey, man, he says that shit all the time. Don't worry about it.
Right. So my follow-up to that then comes from.
Oh, I think Shayne had one.
No, he didn't.
I thought he had a question.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I have to do all this.
I'm giving you in, man. Come on.
I'm holding everything up here on my shoulders, Chris, behind the scenes.
I'm just saying, man. He's in like his fourth question.
Yeah.
This is my only question. But I just wanted to make sure there was some sort of consistency across the board where you don't lose a Steve McMichael. Is winning something that does that?
Well, winning changes everything. I mean, I don't care. You can have the worst locker room in the world, but if you guys are winning, well, chances are you won't. If you do have the worst locker room in the world, but it's attitudes. And for me, coming to the locker room, I think I shared this with you guys the last time. I came from a locker room where everybody was gung ho. Notre Dame, you don't want to lose. My first game, I'm on special teams. I think I may have whiff blocked or tried to block somebody. We lose the game. I'm in my locker like, man, we lost. Some guy comes up to me and said, what are you doing? I said, no, we lost. He's like, man, put your clothes on. Let's go to this party. I was like, what? I was like, oh, welcome to the pros. Wow, okay. So, again, I don't want to take away from the folks that do care. And someone there mentioned accountability. There is accountability in the locker room. But you have the emotional side. You have the guy who's getting ready to get pumped up because the coach or another player says something great. But then you're always going to have those guys in the back that are like, man, whatever, shut the fuck up. Let's go. Let's go play.
Chris, we like to be interactive here, and I've seen this come up a couple of times in the chat. And I do think it is important to talk about it. I know a lot of guys get uncomfortable talking about it, but you see the shift this year in college sports. And I mean, nobody's dumb enough to think that this hasn't been going on for a long time behind the scenes, but you see the shift where these guys can start to get paid for their likeness and stuff. It's, but we were talking about, college and in high school and things. Like college football, playing college video games, college football back in the day. That was a huge part of every kid's life. You know what I mean? That was like a big, big deal. And then Ed O'Bannon and the court cases and getting that stuff taken away. And now there's talk that college football and video games is going to be coming back, but you see the kids now being able to sell their likeness and get paid for it, even though we know for decades on end they've been, getting some wink, nod.
We're talking about Alabama. We're talking about
I'm pretty sure that's what. Well, I'm a Syracuse guy. And I got stories there, but yeah, not just Alabama.
Wow.
Oh, stop. Wow. I think you're well aware. But anyways, how do you feel? Do you think it's an about time, or do you like to just give a little pause to that? What are your thoughts on the college athlete being able to cash in on their likeness?
So this is a very interesting topic. I actually wrote an op-ed for a local paper, the Chicago Sun-Times, and they aired it about 3 weeks ago. And my stand is that, yes, they should be compensated. However, we as the NCAA, as the grown-ups in the room, as state legislatures, really held a blind eye to what was going on. We've given them no direction. I think it's a great way for them to get compensated. But what we did on the back end, we allowed the university to kind of walk away without paying anything, right? They're not getting any percentage of the revenue. They're getting whatever they can get on their own. but they're going to do this without any direction. When I got drafted by the Bears, I hired a marketing person. I was 21 years old. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I hired one. These kids are now 18, 19 years old. And I mean, some folks have a lot of zeros thrown at them, right? I mean, we're talking the whole Alabama thing. I think is hilarious. They talk about the kid from Ohio State.
Yeah,
this is something that's very serious, and the institutions, the schools can only there you go. The schools can only give you direction, and I say that in quotes. You can't see me, but I'm doing it in quotes. There's only there's only a few things they can do. And that's just unfair because you have kids out there that do have a chance to be compensated for their name, image, and likeness, but they might not have any direction. They might not have parents who understand that. They may not have a family member who understands that. Right. So now this kid is going to go out and he's going to get $1,000 to appear at a car dealership when in reality he may have gotten $50,000. I mean, and that's really unfair to put kids, HL kids, in that situation, again, without direction. And so that's kind of what the article talked about. And at the end, I said, what we should do is give them a percentage of revenue and put it in a trust that they don't have access to until they're 30 years old or older or out of the situation where they're thinking, hey, I just got all this money. Let me go spend it, right? Put it in a trust for them. And then when they get a certain age, then they can access
it. Makes sense.
I mean, it's a tangled web, man. Like you said, for sure. It's, like I said, I've been to Syracuse games, way back in the day. Marvin Graves was quarterback, before McNabb, and you go to a Syracuse game back in the day, and Donovan McNabb, and you look in the stand, and it's all number 5 jerseys. Or you went when Syracuse won the national title in 2003 with Carmelo. He's a freshman. He's there, and you look in the stands, the dome is rocking, and it's all number 15 jerseys. And the NCAA is just sitting there licking their chops. I mean, they're cashing in on this kid. And listen, we're not dumb enough to think that Carmelo didn't get stuff, and it's not just him, get some benefits that weren't announced or under the table. I think that happens a lot more than people realize. But man, it's that kid himself being so good and being such a great athlete. He had the ability, and now social media is a huge part of it. Chris, can you imagine if you got drafted into the NFL? You talked about hiring the firm to do it. Now you can almost do that stuff yourself if you have the right people in place with social media, Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and TTNL Network, all of that stuff. It's like you said, it is scary. It's going to be the wild, wild west. But at the same time, man, these kids, this is $1 billion fucking industry, man. Schools are paying for every other fucking sport because of college football most of the times.
No, absolutely.
Exactly.
That's
the thing. And
it's not soccer, Claudio.
These kids
I can tell you that right now.
Take it, just to keep it fair. Justin Fields goes out and gets his knee wiped out. They're bringing in the next 5-star guy behind him, and then hopefully he's got an insurance policy and that he can cash in on to take care of his family. But
let me say this to Chris's point, because I played
perfect.
So I can expect to be cut off at times.
You guys can pick on it all you want.
There's a shot clock in
the
Phil's
show
head.
has something to say right now.
It's like,
so let me just say this real quick.
I cannot wait till I have control so I can do that real quick.
When you're playing fucking football, though, to Jim Larison's point, these guys are putting their bodies on the line.
Yeah.
My sons watch fucking kids playing Roblox and Fortnite that are making $1 million off their YouTube channel. Here's a kid busting his ass wherever he comes from. Everybody uses the ghetto. How about the kid from fucking Wyoming that fucking worked the farm? You know what I'm saying? The reality is these kids put their lives and their health on the line, And I feel like part of what Chris is saying is right. But another part of me says they should have access to a stipend weekly that they can fucking go out to the mall, not have Cam Newton stealing fucking, or was it? It was Jameis Winston stealing sneakers. He can go out and buy himself some sneakers. He could be proud of the effort that he puts.
I think it was crab legs, but
was it? I thought
yeah.
somebody stole sneakers. Remember that story? I remember this whole big thing. Anyway, it probably was Cam then. I just remember.
Phil,
but,
so is this how you do it, Shayne? So, hey, Phil, check this out. Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick. You guys say real quick.
I'm sorry. Real quick. Hold on.
Real quick.
There you go. All right. They do have access. So they have what is called cost of attendance, which is new. And then last maybe
this
5
is a
years.
part of this is a new thing. I've never heard of it.
Yes. Wow. This has nothing to do. I can't wait till I get this control. This has nothing to do with the name, image, and likeness. This was way before that to assist kids who needed pizza money, everything else. What they decided that the NCAA allowed them to do, each school has come up with a number that they say, hey, this is how much it costs for our students, not student athletes, our students to attend this institution outside of tuition, room, and board. So each school has a different number, and the student athletes now receive that. So now you can, I think it's anywhere from like maybe $3,000 to like maybe $6,000, but they get that a year to.
Is it like a weekly thing, Chris? Because
Depending
I
on
remember being
on
at
what-
the ATM and hoping my mom put some money in my bank account.
Right, but that was like
You know,
30 years ago. So I
Yeah,
think,
it was
you know, I
19.
think it just changed a little bit. I'm surprised they had ATMs back then too.
They did.
Really?
It was the
They were
first.
huge. They were huge. They took.
They were
They were
giant.
like the size of a room.
Yeah.
They were big.
They were the size of the bank.
Yeah.
And if you fucking messed up the code twice, it would fucking
done.
destroy it.
They take
It
your
would be like-
card.
You would hear it crunch. It would be like Captain Crunch. You were like, fuck. So you had to know your
Woo.
pin or you were fucking done.
But
Yeah,
I said, you know,
so they have institutions like they have situations like that. Now, again, I understand what you're saying, but there has to be some difference between amateurism and being a professional athlete.
Mhm.
And I don't have that answer, but let's come if we are going to allow student athletes to get name, image, and likeness to be compensated that way, let's give them the guidance for it. I mean, we got kids out there that are doing, Snapchat or, they're filming themselves live, putting on some shoes or doing something, only getting paid like $50. Like, hey, hey, take a picture of drinking this coffee and I'll send you $100. Well, if the kid's like, this great receiver, this great defensive tackle making all types of plays, I want to do that sometimes. I'm going to say great receiver and then great D lineman. I'm going to say great quarterback or then this stud offensive lineman. So I'm going to throw that in there. So all of a sudden, he could make thousands of dollars, but, everybody they're not going to drink the same coffee this kid's drinking or sports drink or sports mix, whatever it is. And do get compensated $150 when it should be compensated tens of thousands of dollars. That's the problem I have.
So, I mean,
because, and this is the last part, I promise, Phil. Because not everyone is the Alabama quarterback or the Ohio State quarterback. You still have, 104 guys on the team that aren't getting millions of dollars, aren't getting tens of thousands of dollars. And so I think one of the big things we're going to see, and no one's talked about this, I talked about it in my op-ed, what are the coaches? I mean, what's the locker room going to be like? If we share the same locker room, we play the same position, you get $10,000 for something, and you're not even a starter, and I get $100 and I'm a starter, I'm pissed off at you.
Mac Jones, baby.
There we go. See,
but it's that's the thing too. And you look back at it, and not to bring up Syracuse, but that's what I'm familiar with. Boeheim went out and had an endorsement deal with Nike. Yeah. Boeheim's not going to have that endorsement deal with Nike back in the day if Carmelo Anthony's not there. So
Yep.
Boeheim is cashing in on that.
Absolutely.
The kids get Nike shoes, and he's getting fucking paid. You know,
and hold on, only get a certain number of shoes. They don't get unlimited shoes.
Right.
They only get
exactly.
like 6. Only get 6 pairs.
Exactly.
Oh, they only get 6 pairs for the
or
team?
something like that. Or something like that.
Yeah, it's limited. God. It's like Chris. It's not like, you know.
But they were doing this shit with Craig James and Eric Dickerson. He's going to the fucking Corvette. So
I got
that shit always was looking at.
I got a story about Derek Coleman.
So.
I got a story about Derek Coleman. This is how far, you know, I go back with Syracuse. Back from he was a freshman in 1987. I probably shouldn't even be sharing this much of it, but it would. I'll tell you guys off air. This is 19. It's unfucking believable.
Keeping it real, baby.
Yeah, and it's
keeping it 100.
I'll tell you guys off air.
Say it right.
I don't want to get people
I got the shirt. I got the
in
shirt.
trouble. Yeah,
read your shirt.
I mean, it just shows you how, you know, and it goes way before 1987 and stuff like that. But it's like I said, these kids, Trevor Lawrence at Clemson. I mean, that's Clemson football. You know what I mean? At this point, and you're telling me that I always laugh at like these video games when remember the college football, it would say like QB7. It wouldn't have their name and shit like that. I'm like, it was you'd have to wait like a week for some nerd to go out and create the roster, and then it's, you know, now it says Zorich on it, my defensive lineman at Notre Dame and shit like that. And it's I don't think that there's going to be any perfect system. I saw somebody saying you got to base it on their fucking grades. Not sure if they fucking know, but not to go back to Syracuse. Carmelo Anthony never went to a fucking class after November his fucking freshman year. Never went to one.
That's a shame, man. That is absolute basketball. That's a whole different. I mean, college basketball. That's a whole. That's the AAU system. Oh my god. That's
it's
not even fair.
It's beyond toxic, Chris. It's beyond toxic, and I mean, you see it filtering down, and it's not just basketball and football. You see it in sports with kids. I mean, geez, there's kids that are. How many kids have we seen commit to a school that are 12 years old, 13 years old? It's crazy. Yeah. You know, Kobe Bryant, his daughter, look how young she was. Unfortunately, you know, that tragedy, but she was signed, sealed, and delivered to go to UConn, and she was 12 years old when she passed away. You know what I mean? And it shows you the outreach, and that's the stuff you know about, and this is what I talk about. Imagine the stuff you don't. Imagine the stuff that you don't know about.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
It's unfortunate that, you know, it gets in the way of doing something right, but that's life. You know, there's gambling organizations correlated to the mob. We've seen games thrown. You've had referees in the NBA get caught out. A holding penalty can change the whole tide of a football game. Sure. I have blog boys fight with me on that. I'm like, Khalil Mack is getting fucking held by 3 guys, and then they're stat scouting. Well, where's his sacks? Where's his sacks? Yeah, he's getting held by 3 guys. You're watching the fucking tape? No. That's why this network exists. That's why it's the birthday show, and that's why we have a guy who's played the game, who's been held before, and he's yelled at a fucking ref and said, he's holding me, for God's sake. We're in Green Bay. How many times are you going to allow this shit to go down?
And you know what he did? He laughed.
Exactly. And it pissed you off. It just made you shake your head. And it's unfortunate that those things enter the game with money. But I have a simple solution to this. It's like the American Idol. Okay? That's a reality show. Football is the greatest reality show. It's the best athletes in the world, bar none. Okay. I don't care. The soccer guys come out. He's 180 pounds and he's so fast, and they get the most money. This guy's 6'3", 298 pounds, running 4.5. Okay. And he's an athlete on top of it. If you're on the side, Chris, you can attest to this. I've been on the sideline. I've never played in an NFL game. I can only imagine. But the speed and the power, the strength, all the things that determine an athlete is out there. So now you take this as a reality like American Idol, and those guys that get endorsed for their amazing efforts, like Justin Fields and Mac Jones and whoever the hell else, Rashaan Salam back in the day winning the Heisman, they get their endorsement deals, right? That's fine because the endorser goes to the kid and the college and they come up with a deal. They're not going to go to the fourth string tight end, but the fourth string tight end that's busting his ass, everybody walking through this door at Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Iowa, it's all the same price that you will get this stipend. Chris is saying, I didn't know about this 5 years ago, but we're going to up that deal. Every week you're going to get paid $1,500, depending on the account. And you're going to get that money because it's $1 billion business. And you handle, everybody gets the same at that level.
But who gets it? Is it just football, basketball? Because lacrosse is working hard too.
All right, they get $200.
Women's field hockey is practicing
goes
too.
With it's like the movie. All right, Tom Cruise is getting paid for Top Gun, but it wasn't until he had Risky Business that he was able to have Top Gun. What you're bringing into the stadium supplies the height of the deal of how much the lacrosse team is getting 17 people to go there and watch. The soccer team gets 3. So they get $200 a week. That's how it should be.
But there's issues between revenue and non-revenue sports in colleges all the time. So now that divide is even going to get wider because people are complaining that football and basketball, men's basketball, they get everything. I'm on the soccer team. We get 2 pairs of shoes.
I heard my father was the athletic director. We saw it then. You know, the Thanksgiving Day game would get 8,000-10,000 people to view it. That would pay for the soccer uniforms, the volleyball team, and that. And this is going on. What aren't they getting? They're getting the top facilities. Their stipend will go towards the amount of people that go to see the game. The cap limit, though, is $200 a week. You got a free education. You're playing lacrosse. That's your sport. But you're not bringing anything to the table. There's no fucking Coors Light commercial for the soccer, the UConn women's soccer game. That's just so that's how I think it should be done. That's my 2 cents real quick in that because I just think it would alleviate
real quick.
No, we're very economical, my family.
I would love to have access to all this stuff. This is going to be fun.
You will, Chris. Chris Zorich is joining. If you're just tuning in or you're listening on any podcast service from Amazon Prime all the way to iHeartRadio, you are hearing the famous former 2-time All-American Lombardi Award winner.
By the way, it was 3, but who's counting?
3-time. I don't want to cheat you, man.
Now, I mean,
how much did you get paid for that, Chris?
It's a difference between consensus.
When you went from the second to the third, was that a big jump in pay?
Ultra Camp All-American as well.
Here's the reason why I love the Football Writers of America Association.
Yes.
Because my sophomore year, the year we won the national championship, all right, the year we won the national championship, I was a sophomore. I was okay, but they put me on the 13 All-American squad that they did. Now, that really doesn't count because then next 2 years became consensus, unanimous, all this other stuff. But then I like to throw them a bone and say, well, I was a 3-time All-American. So that's the reason why I say 3 times.
Well, there's
no ego involved at all, by the way.
You earned it. You have the energy. Our guy Berlissimo, welcome to the network. Can't wait to be on the show with you. Celebrate the patron side of things. Chris Zorich is now a part of TTNL, the network. Monday nights, all season long. Chris Zorich at 8:30 East. He will be breaking down college football like nobody else does because I know a 3-time All-American, 3-time, will give you 3 times the value in what you're discussing when it comes to breaking down college football from his point of view. It's going to be his poll. So you as fans, this network is based on truth. It's based on family, and it's based on interacting with you, the fans. So Chris Zorich will be taking a question from you. We'll be getting you up. It will be real quick, but he'll be taking those questions as he reveals his top 16 each and every week. And he'll be on a bunch of other things because I love Chris. And I can't thank you,
He's
Chris.
going to use me. He's going to use me. But here's another example.
Use me up, buttercup, baby. Go ahead.
How long have y'all been doing it? For a year, Shayne? How do you do
I know, man.
Oh, this is years, man. Don't worry.
So,
I got a good parody song.
Here's another intangible, right? So y'all remember last year when BYU traveled to play Coastal Carolina?
Yeah,
of course.
And everybody's like, "Oh my God, Coastal! You're gonna demolish Coastal Carolina." Blah blah blah.
This is one of Wilson's worst games.
But here's the idea, though, right? These guys had to travel. They had to do this. These are the intangibles I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that game, I'll look at as people saying, "Oh, BYU, Coastal Carolina, what the hell?" I'm going with Coastal. Why? Because BYU, they had to go through this crazy situation for them to get there. I think at that point, I was reading somewhere that the athletic director, even before they agreed on the game, he had sent the equipment bus or the equipment truck all the way over there already. They started it before they would start talking about how much are going to get paid, negotiations, stuff like that. So these are the intangibles that I'm talking about, because who knows, at the end of the day, somebody could have food poisoning. You know, there's all these factors that make a difference. And, you know, if somebody has a fight because of NLI stuff, I'm gonna talk about that too.
He's going to be all over it. Just like this song is going to be all over. It's never going to be played again. But this last time, it's the Super 16 Poll Show with Chris Zorich. Going to be live here every Monday night throughout the football season here at 8:30 p.m. There you go.
It better be so different, dude.
Oh, when Zorich goes marching in, don't worry. We're going to be hip-hopping it up for your open. Our guy, Cool Kennedy, and I have been producing a song, and I know you got a taste of it, but it will be debuting this Monday night. Labor Day night will be live on the air. Me interrupting Chris, arguing with him at some point, I'm sure. Because
I'm sure if I got some controls, man, I'll be like real quick, my ass.
Chris, thank you so much for coming on the show, talking football with us, and announcing the breaking news here, the huge news. Chris Zorich is a part. Look at him rocking that swag. Show him again. TTNL, baby. Keeping it 100.
I'm going to put a sign on my monitor that says keeping it 100, not keeping it real.
On.
I like that. I get my hands slapped every time I say it.
Well, we know. Hey,
you know what? I'll have a swear jar right here.
We'll spell it out.
What?
What?
That Notre Dame education. We'll pound it into your head. There you go.
Wait, which one? The undergrad or the law school? Which one are you talking about?
That's not good.
Just making sure.
You don't need to know how much you got paid to keep your education going there.
Just making sure. Because that big one in the middle says law school, by the way. I don't know if
there
you
go.
can see that. Okay.
We'll take it.
Chris, if you want to hang around, you can. Your former teammate is coming up next. Those of you tuning in live, or you could just say hello to him, because I know you told me you have a busy night tonight. I can't thank you enough for jumping on and being part of this network. Coming up at the top of the hour is former quarterback Erik Kramer up next here. What's that?
I said, all right.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. I was watching your game tape today, building your intro for your show, and
you sure it wasn't?
No, definitely. It's more hip hop.
Are you sure?
Do you want me to play a little taste of it?
No.
Okay.
You have to wait. But I'm just saying that was beyond. Like I was prepared to be like, and I'm like. I mean, I was just it was unexpected.
Ron G is going to be feeling bad that he
unexpected.
he didn't hammer the hip hop there. Anyway, I love you. Monday, 8:30, Chris Zorich, the Super 16 poll show with Chris Zorich here, 8:30 East. Thank you, Chris,
Absolutely.
for jumping on.
Thank you, sir.
God bless
Thank
you.
you guys. Absolutely. I'm going to stay on for a little bit just to say hi to Eric, and then I'm going to bounce.
There you go. So I'm going to remove Chris, and I'm going to say this. Fuck Chris Zorich for taking those shots at me. I love Chris Zorich, and as growing up in Connecticut, Shayne, and you being in upstate New York, we grew up with these two guys.
Oh yeah, big
to
time.
have it's kind of surreal, just keeping it 100 like the show. Chris, write that down. Keeping it 100 on the show.
It's the numbers that screw them up. Those triple digits fucks them all up.
I have so many, but I'm not going to take a shot at my boy. I love Chris Zorich. Monday nights, I'm excited. But growing up, that was, I'm a, 18, 19-year-old watching 19, no, actually I was 20 something at 95 watching this team when I really knew the game and was playing the game. It was just amazing.
We were talking about it today. We're like, oh man, we have an offense. And then it just happens. That's the year the Bears defense,
Chris
took it back. Yeah, way to go, Chris.
Wasn't Chris's fault. If you're listening live, Chris
fucking Zorich. He would have been 2 inches taller, man. We would have.
Listen, I gotta say, we're gonna do this right now in our way. This guy walked on into the NFL. Last week we had his competition, but really it was Erik Kramer that showed up, and I told the story to him in email. I'll say it this: as I was a receiver at Hofstra, I used to play spring league football, and I'd play quarterback in the spring league, and we won. Just for the record, Chris, with my team, we beat everybody, including the football team, with our freshman football team. If one of my teammates is there, could verify. But every time I would throw the ball, I'd just yell, Kramer! Every time, and it got everybody so fired up because everybody knew I was such a big fan of Erik Kramer. Let's bring him on in the TTNL way.
As fans of the Chicago Bears, we know all too well the struggles this franchise has had at the QB position for, 102 years. This guy was a bright spot and made a mark as the Bears franchise leader and most passing yards in a single season, most pass attempts in a game, and most passing TDs in a season. That 1995 season was a lot of fun on offense. The defense, not so much. Bears fans, it is our honor to bring to you a former QB of your Chicago Bears, but most importantly, a guy that is willing to share real-life struggles with you in this open forum. Please stand up and let's give him a proper TTNL welcome the only way we know how. He's Erik Kramer.
There he is.
I wish I had some friends here that I could just high five as I'm going by, but I got all the friends I got. They're all right here, actually.
Do you want to join in on the pile on Zorich with that defense in '95?
Well, here's what first thing I heard as I'm coming on is Zorich is all upset that he doesn't have the right music, but the man can't create his own. I mean, I don't know.
Wow, thanks, E. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much.
You kind of remind me right there of a good-looking, better-looking Midwest Scott Van Pelt. You know what I'm saying?
I like that.
Got the little goat going.
That might be a new look. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mark that down. DDPQRZ or what's it? DDGRQ5? You know what? I'll get it right. I promise.
Hey, we're just keeping it real here.
Yes.
Chris,
can
I'm
you
gonna get out,
say-
man. Yeah, I just want to say, man, it's great seeing you, brother. You be
Yeah.
good, okay?
Great to see you too, man. Might be coming back there for this year's. I think it's what the not homecoming, alumni weekend.
Yep.
Which
I'll be
is
there.
what?
I'll be there. I'll see you.
Right, which is
What
Halloween
game is
weekend.
that? What game
Hey,
is
man.
that?
Hey, man. This is. Hey, whoa. Hold on.
Listen, I want
Whoa,
the fans to come out and support you.
Hold on, man. This is teammate to teammate, bro.
I know.
Let him.
GQR4, back up, bro. Back up. Hey, man.
Tell him,
Boy,
Chris.
man.
We need
Hey,
some
we
online
keep our
security
Z5?
here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. Pete, I'll see you then, man. Be good, brother.
Love it. All right.
Bye, man. Love you, man.
Love you too.
Love you too, Chris. I guess I don't get any love after he gives me the fingers. Look, he's doing it.
You deserve it, and I am enjoying every second of it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Me and Chris Zorich every Monday night, Erik Kramer. We're excited to add your former teammate to the network. He's going to be breaking down college football. But tonight, we have never had the pleasure, back-to-back weeks, we're drafting quarterbacks. We had your former teammate Shayne Matthews last week.
All
and
right.
now we have you on, and our guy Bears Nerd jumping in here. Cars, say hello to Erik Kramer. You were also a fan. Let me say this real quick as I introduce you.
Just real
Go
quick
ahead.
here. Cars.
Yeah.
Is that a reference to the Rick Ocasek cars? Or
No,
are
it's
you
because
the
I
only
have
one
a
know about that?
crazy long last name that I'm trying to teach two little girls to pronounce, and they can't even. So I'm just like, Cars. Let's keep it
No
short,
shit.
sweet, to the
Love
point.
it.
Yeah,
Love
they
it.
went to Notre Dame too. They gotta condense everything so they can figure.
No,
it out.
we're trying to get them into Notre Dame where they lower the bar a little bit.
Right as I'm coming on here, I'm flipping channels and Rudy's on.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. They could.
I don't know if you know anybody that's told you that story, but it's supposedly the greatest college football story that's ever been told. I don't know if you've heard that one before.
Speaking of great stories, honestly.
Well, no, it's been a while since Notre Dame's had something good to talk about themselves. Anyway.
Well, you missed it. Chris was talking about the 1932 music that we played to intro his show, and I said, well, that was the last time Notre Dame was relevant in college football, Chris. So it works out perfectly.
Sad but true.
That's good.
Listen, me, Cars, and Shayne Marsaw here on the TTNL network all grew up watching you, but prior to you even coming on this show, as we were preparing for this draft and the Mitch Trubisky saga and all of this, we talked about the one time in our lives of having a stability at quarterback where we knew each and every week you went onto the football field that our quarterback was going to deliver. And that's you, Erik Kramer. Each one of us said that, and that's not because you're on. I don't fucking blow smoke here. I'm a son of a
Well,
coach.
I heard you not do it with Chris.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
We're a little rough around the edges, I think is the proper way to put it.
The only way to be.
I like it. That's a very good way to put it.
That's why we will have you back more than once, because I could already tell, and I'm going to move you up here, that you are a man of character and pedigree. But, that is a compliment and a testament to you coming out of NC State undrafted. You were a vicious competitor when you were with Detroit, throwing fucking back shoulders to Herman Moore and company there. Oh my God. I hated you. And then I seriously am
All it takes
aging
sometimes
myself.
is a uniform change.
That's
right?
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's we
Change
always
everybody-
say it here. We only cheer for the jersey. That's the statement here.
It's
We cheer for
extremely
the
true.
jersey. So everybody's under our microscope for analysis and criticism or praise. It's up to you. And I'll just say this real quick, and then we'll get into some questions. There's almost 400 people in the chat live. Coming over from Detroit into Chicago, what went into that decision, and how did that transpire?
Well, that was the first experience I'd ever had in life, other than youth football, where somebody said, "Hey, we want you."
Yeah.
You mentioned I didn't get drafted. I didn't start in high school. I got beat out everywhere I went. I went to a junior college, and the first year I was there, they had a guy that had played well as a freshman, and then he had a backup. So I gray shirted is what they call it. So I went part-time to school, and then was a backup my actually official first year. Then the next year I actually played, and so we were actually pretty good. And then from there I got a scholarship to NC State, like you mentioned, but they also recruited 2 other junior college guys, both from California. So there's 3 guys there.
Yeah.
And then, as you mentioned, I gotten undrafted. And so my entrance into the NFL was actually playing during the strike because I had gotten like Sean Payton, right, with the Bears.
Yep.
But I had gone to the Falcons. I went to New Orleans as an undrafted free agent, got cut, was back in school, and thought I would be a coach. I was helping coach. And then I got a couple phone calls and ended up having to go to, or not having to, but getting to go to Atlanta. And then they kept me after that strike. But then I got cut the following year. So I went up to Canada for their last 5 games of that season, was going to come back the next year. And we had an inter-squad scrimmage, and I blew out a posterior cruciate. So that year was done.
God.
So then I basically called around, seeing if I could get a tryout anywhere, and the Lions were the only team to call me back. So that's how that worked.
That's a crazy perseverance story, right? Like, and I'm glad you mentioned the 87 because Sean Payton's first start was the first Bears game I ever attended at that point in time. Yeah, during that era. But I mean, it's such a great story, and what Phil was saying earlier, like we talk about that 95 team and kind of where we all were at that point in life. Like I really started to get in the Bears when Dave Wanstead, like we were competing with the New York Giants to sign Dave Wanstead as the coach.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when we watched that team, like I still get goosebumps thinking about watching you throw deep passes to Jeff Graham and Curtis Conway. To this day, like I still picture those because we've always been a 3-yard and a cloud of dust. Even Dave's first year with Lewis Tillman, right? Like it was 3 yards and a cloud of dust. And all of a sudden you come around and we've got 2 guys going 16 yards a catch and Conway's putting up these numbers. We've been waiting for him. Like, it was like everything came together. And for once, like I remember I looked at my dad at this point and I'm like, what is this? And he's like, this is modern football. So enjoy it. We have never seen this. So it's so nice to have you because it's like you're that season and what you did is the gold standard for all Bears quarterbacks that nobody's ever been able to meet up. So that's,
well, I appreciate you putting that out there, and it was a lot of fun, honestly. But it just happened where I think a number of us started just to understand what was going on. Me, importantly, So I was here the year before and had gotten hurt, and then Steve White came in, played well enough. We made the playoffs, but then it was really that second year I was there that things started to click. It's funny how when I first got there. I didn't know what this offense was called. My only experience in the NFL of any significance was with the run and shoot, basically in Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
So I get, and Ron Turner was the offensive coach, quarterback coach, and offensive coordinator. So I go to Ron's office one day and I said, "Hey, not knowing what the first thing about this offense or anything," and I said, "Do you have any film on anybody that's run this offense that you like?" And he's like, "Yeah, hold on a second." So he looks underneath his desk, and it's back in the VHS days, and he puts 5 VHS tapes on his desk, and he says, "Here, take these home, go check them out, and then tomorrow we'll talk about it." And it was all Joe Montana. Everything, it was basically 5 hours worth of cut-ups of Joe Montana. So I had no idea that was the passing game we were running, but it was. And so it took a little ways to figure it out. And I guess what it made me think of is how, like, when you put all of the reads together and knowing all the protections and the timing and defenses and all that, and then to put it together like Joe Montana did.
Yeah.
He made everything for so long look so damn easy. What I can tell you right now, it's not. And so that was impressive to me. And so, yeah, to be a part of that, like I said, I think it was a group of offensive, not just players, but the coaches as well. I mean, they put a good bit. The way I would describe that offense scheme-wise was it was Dallas's running game with the 49ers passing game.
Okay.
And so, you know, it was a power running game, and we were pretty good at that too. And and it lent itself to be a good play action game as well. So it was a lot of fun. And you know, nobody of significance, as I'm thinking back about it, at least offensively, got hurt for any length of time. And so, yeah, it was just a really fun time and a fun season.
It didn't take 4 years to figure out the offense.
Not like Nagy's saying, right?
They had 6 play calls, Phil. That was it. And it's like this time we're just going to run it left. You know, I'm sure it was just.
They're good. We need more of those.
It's just like Tecmo Bowl taught us. It's just the same plays, and we just flip it left to right.
Told you.
Tecmo Bowl, but without Bo Jackson. Like you're the other.
Right.
Exactly. You're going to lose no matter who you get.
That's true.
Eric,
speaking of the Bears, do you have time for me to ask you guys a question?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Where do you stand on the whole Justin Fields, Andy Dalton?
Oh my God.
I'm going to jump off the screen. Phil's going to go for the next hour. It was really nice to see you.
I think I can speak for everybody and just say,
just put
I mean,
him on a timeout.
I just think me, myself, and I think Phil and Cars are going to agree with me. Listen, to me, he gives you the best chance to win the way that this team is currently constructed, especially with the offensive line. I mean, Eric, in the limited amount of time that we saw him, you saw one of the things that's very, very important for a quarterback, just in general, let alone a young quarterback. He made players better. Guys but you saw a guy like Adams go out there and shine, and the Bears cut him today, and people were excited about him. But he just brings, I think the players know it. I mean, you saw Jesper Horsted have the game of his life in the preseason, right. And they interviewed him after the game, and they talked about that pass right before half. Mm-hmm. And his response was, "That's the power of Justin Fields." That's like your 4th string tight end saying that. So what do you think the top end guys are going to say? It's that kind of is what I wanted to ask you, and it kind of goes hand in hand with this. So your 95 season, it baffles me at this point, and this is obviously nothing against you, but with you still being the standard bearer, and it's not 30 touchdowns, it's not 4,000 yards. I mean, right. When you see the Bears go out and get a guy like Justin Fields, do you as a former Bears quarterback be like, oh shit, there goes, those things are probably going to be going out the window here finally? Is that something that ever goes through your head? Because it's
not at all. I could give a rap about any record of any kind. But I'll just say that when they drafted and moved up to get Justin Fields, I actually was a little nervous, not because of what you just mentioned, but I had not seen enough of him actually in college to really make an informed, have an informed opinion. So what I did see was there were things that it looked like he would have wide open guys, and they would be, instead of wide open when they caught it, they'd be having to come back for a ball. Mm-hmm. Or they'd have to reach behind. You know what I mean? That went almost like, you know, I hate to point him out, but like what the things that I saw in Trubisky that didn't add up to long-term success, the way I looked at it, was his feet and eyes didn't kind of go from, you know, like in a fluid way, from one to da, you know, like in an anticipation, reading the defense type of way. And that's what I thought I would see again with Justin Fields. So I was pleasantly surprised and excited in the preseason to see exactly what I just mentioned I didn't see prior with Trubisky. And so for a guy that's really not had a ton of experience, was one of the best high school quarterbacks coming out, and then ended up going to Ohio State where he flourished. I'm very impressed, honestly, at this point. Now, here's where I'm gonna probably get. If we're all in the same room now, right now, I'd either be getting my ass kicked or getting eggs thrown at me by you guys. I think the Bears and Nagy are making the right decision. How they're getting the point across might be a little questionable, but I think that their week 1 opponents, the Rams, are fairly good defense on the road, and as I think to take a few games, right? And kind of like what I anticipate the 49ers doing with Trey Lance, of getting a few packages together so that throughout a game, kind of like, remember when Steve Young in the prime of Montana's career, here comes Steve Young, and purposely Bill Walsh crafted out some series in a game where he would purposely put him in and just bring a little different dimension to the team. And I think that's the way to get Justin Fields in, so that by, I'm going to guess, the midway point in the season, you'll be seeing Justin Fields start. There's a Monday night game coming up in December where they play the Vikings, and Kirk Cousins, as we all know, has struggled on Monday night, but he's at the end of every year, the guy's putting up all kind. He's probably the best quarterback that nobody gives credit for being a great quarterback. But having his struggles on Monday night, that could also be Justin Fields' coming out party.
I don't agree.
I still think he's going to be your
Cousins.
former team. I think it's going to be your former team, and in week 4 is where he's going to get that. I think the Lions is always the beginner. Yeah.
Very well could be.
That's where Mitch got his start, to Kramer's point. Not Cosmo Kramer from Seinfeld, but Erik Kramer, who's joining us. If you're listening on the podcast, former Bears quarterback Erik Kramer on the show with us, talking about Justin Fields and Andy Dalton. See, I'm different, Erik, and my counterpoint to you, to push back a little bit, would be Matt Nagy's ability to call offensive plays, situational football, as well as understanding how to use the personnel correctly, is concerning. And when you have an athletic, poised, composed quarterback like yourself, I said this before we even had you on the show. I said, I haven't seen this kind of poise and calmness since you played. And I study the tape, and I'm looking at Justin Fields. He has what you didn't have, and that's the ability to alleviate the pocket and run the football, like you're comparing to Steve Young. And I think he gives you a better opportunity to win because he's dealing with a coach that's way in over his head. And no matter what Cars thinks or anybody thinks about Matt Nagy, I've seen enough of Nagy's scheme and offensive philosophy to know that he has nothing that counters anything else he does. So therefore, you're always putting your quarterback, say your line is average, which it is, right? Matt Nagy will go out there and throw 47 times, and all of a sudden you're getting destroyed and you can't do anything. And then week 11 comes around. He's like, well, we're still trying to find our identity. And then they start running the ball with David Montgomery. Maybe he learns his lesson. Maybe Sunday Night Football against the Rams, he identifies that he's got to run David Montgomery. But all I've ever seen is him just go back to that Andy Reid, same thing. Now Andy's getting parades thrown because he's got elite talent everywhere. He's got Bo Jackson on Tecmo as a quarterback right now, and a receiver that freaking runs the Olympics. So that's my counter to your point, where I get it. If we had a great offensive coordinator who was a head coach and has been a head coach in his life, like you've been a head coach on some level, Matt Nagy's never been. So he's my biggest concern. Your thoughts on that?
That's generally, of the however many millions of people in Chicago there are, that's pretty much 99% of the thought right now, I think, on Nagy. If you put them together, it would be Nagy / Pace, right? So and I can't disagree with you. I just think that, like I was saying, I think with Justin Fields, he gives you the type of guy, quarterback, that's going to not be holding the ball, right? And fluidly going through the progression. And when things are sort of, you don't get all the way to 3 and 4, you get to 1 to 2, and you got to escape a little bit. And he's now shown the ability to kind of make, like you mentioned with Horsted, the great throw on his back shoulder while the defender's got his back to him, and he puts it outside, touchdown. But he's done that throughout kind of training camp, as I understand it, and then into the preseason. So I agree with you. And I think that at whatever time he comes in, I think he's going to show you, along with all the other fans in Chicago, which I'm sure his teammates have already seen, this is the guy that's going to be the best quarterback the Bears have ever had, and they're going to have him for however long he wants to play.
Let me just ask one other thing, Shayne. I'm sorry. You're my guy. As far as a quarterback in Chicago, Sid Luckman isn't here to talk. Jay Cutler could give a fuck. So you're my guy, okay? I'm keeping it 100 right now. What about allowing a competition where Justin was able to show Erik Kramer, Shayne, Cars with the ones, with the talent that you have in your wide receiver core and your offensive line to give you a proper, holy shit, look at Mac Jones. Look at what he's got. He's red. But Justin, no, he's going to rely. That's where I think this coach fails, Erik. Talk about that.
What are the whys?
Perfectly timed drop.
I get what you're saying, and I'm not going to be here sitting arguing against what you're saying. That there's obviously you could go either way, and if Coach Nagy had opened this up to be a competition from day one, I think we all see who would have won, but he didn't. And so, like Cars was saying, maybe it's week 4 in Detroit, because after the Rams, they have like the next 3 games are all winnable too. Not that the Rams aren't, but I think that everything I've been hearing is that, looking at their schedule, they could easily come out of those first 4 games 2-2, potentially 3-1. And who knows? By then, he might be playing. And like I said, the message that's been given by Matt Nagy, and I'm sure it's a combined effort, consolidated effort between
collaboration.
There we go. So however it gets handed down, he's the guy delivering it. I don't necessarily agree with the way he's delivered it.
Right.
Kind of like what Belichick, the way he said, Cam Newton, had nothing to do with the vaccine. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
It for sure did. He won't tell you that it did, but the truth is it did.
Wow.
And
he saw the Jaguars getting a lot of trouble for saying vaccines had a play, and absolutely.
Correct. But the way the NFL set it up, every organization that's weighs into every decision whether to keep a guy or not. And I think it's been talked about and very well put that a guy like Cam Newton, who's not vaccinated, he's not going to be a backup anywhere. Not because he doesn't want to be, because nobody's going to take him. And
a new era now with that whole
right. So these are choices people are making that you think that hey, no one's going to tell me what to do. Great, but you're not going to have a job then either, and you can go work wherever you want to work. It just won't be in the NFL. And I think that the way Nagy has set this up, I said I don't agree with the limitations he put on it from day one, or the collective effort of whoever he is talking with. But I think that eventually everybody can see that Justin Fields needs to be this team's quarterback. And if they can draft over the next year or two, because they've already got a good nucleus of talent, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah.
They just need offensively to play a while together and maybe add a piece or two up front. They've had, Long went down early and retired but came back. So they've had some injuries as well. I just think if that offensive line comes around with the talent around the quarterback position. Then if you add as much talent as Justin Fields has to it with a solid offensive line, now you've got a contender. And now you've solved what were kicking issues. No longer those are issues. So, I mean, why can't
Don't bring those up.
Why can't this team by the end of the year be talked about for the next 5 or 6 years at least? This team's going to be solid.
And I think that's what they're looking at. Sorry, Shane. That's what they're looking at. It's got to end on the uplift, right? It's not how this. They know this isn't a Super Bowl team, right? But they know that they've got to start getting the arrow in the right direction, and that's going to be with Justin. To your point, that's going to be with Justin, and at least in the back half of the season. And it's all about setting the table for 2022. So anybody that's around, you just go, look at this guy. Don't you want to come play with him?
There's hope, guys.
I agree with you, Cars. I agree with you. Just kind of like what Aaron Rodgers said. Hey, nobody's coming to Green Bay to vacation. Exactly. Right? Same thing with Justin Fields. They're going to be coming here to play with him too.
Yep. Yeah, I guess my biggest thing that drives me crazy, and I said, you see this so much, you look back at Seattle when they went out and they paid Matt Flynn all that money that year in 2013 in free agency. They traded for, Charlie Whitehurst, and then they go out and they draft Russell Wilson. But Pete Carroll came out and was very open and just said, no, we're gonna open this up and do it. And Chicago went out, and I understand at the time, and Pete, you can say whatever you want about Andy Dalton or whatever. The only quarterback that was under contract at the time of free agency was Nick Foles at the time. You knew that they weren't going to move forward with him, so they go out and they got to cover their bases. They go out and they give Andy $10 million, and it came along with a promise that, yeah, you're our starting quarterback. And absolutely, at that time, of course he would be. There was nobody else that was going to start. My problem is things changed on April 29th, 2021, the night of the draft. And I just think that Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace and George McCaskey and Ted Phillips, they seem to – why do you have to stick to that promise that you made to Andy Dalton in March when it doesn't mean a damn thing right now?
2-on-2 now.
Because, Eric, you were in the locker room. It doesn't take players very fucking long to figure out who the best players are. We had Shane Matthews on here when we were talking about, I asked him about, well, you were there too, just for a little bit when they brought Cade McNown in, and we were talking about it with Shane Matthews. He's like, it was pretty evident that Cade didn't have an NFL caliber arm. Everybody knew real early. And I'm like, real quick. That tells you right there. And I said, you just see it with Justin. I said, I've been so impressed just with him. With Mitch, like you said, everything was very, very rigid. Nothing flowed easily. And with Justin, it's very, very smooth. He'd get outside of the pocket, roll out, and stay within structure and make the big plays downfield. And to me, I just feel like the Bears are teetering on maybe pissing off a lot of this defense has been carrying the team. That's the only reason they've been 500 the last 2 years.
It's the only reason why they're in the playoffs.
You give them, to me, you're limiting the entire team by not putting Justin in there. And just because you made a promise to Andy Dalton, he was the only person.
I'm going to make a quick suggestion here to the three of you.
Yeah,
go get a vacation. Get out of Chicago for a few days.
We're all out of Chicago. Yeah. Actually, Cars is not. I'm from Connecticut.
I will be on vacation next week, and I will thoroughly enjoy not being the.
Chicago's what I'm saying.
It's hard, Eric. It's like a poison. Yeah. We're addicted to it. Like you guys could be 3-13. Shane and I and still all there. Of these fans in the chat are there every freaking play. I just can't turn away. I told my wife before I got married, I got one addiction. It's the Chicago Bears.
And it's not you, honey. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I love you, but you are number two. Every woman loves to hear that they
number two.
Listen,
not even close.
She's
not
amazing.
Even close.
She had a Chicago Bears wedding theme on each table. There was a former player that was in black and white because the theme was gray.
That didn't
and
happen
purple.
with Cars and I, by the way.
Yeah.
We
We had a
did not happen
draft.
with
It
us.
was awesome. Man, that's why I love my wife, but she gets it. She gets it.
Right. I love how you ever watch like pick up some of these songs on YouTube and you read the comments and and there was one I read the other day, like, okay, my neighbor doesn't know it yet, but this is about to be his favorite song for a very long time.
Pretty much. That's practically.
But I think, like, the reason I mentioned that about getting away from the team for a little bit was like the Ferrari just pulled up and the keys are left inside. There's no driver and it's right in front of your house.
Yeah.
Like, that's who you got in Justin Fields for the next 10 years or more. And like, okay, if you can get past this first little beginning to this season, the season itself, we all know, at least I think we know, is not going to end in a parade down Michigan Avenue after the Super Bowl. But I think the Bears are going to set themselves up in a way a little bit like Kansas City, because they're really an offensive line away, maybe a player or two on the offensive line away from being that type of team. So, you know, maybe it's not right this second, but look how long you've waited.
That's like Christmas Day.
And
you have no batteries, Eric.
On September 1st, Christmas is here.
But mom forgot the batteries for all the cool toys, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Dad is trying to find the Walgreens that's open 24/7 on Christmas Day to go run out and get everything loaded up.
Were you ever in a quarterback competition that you felt like you were treated unfairly? And was Dave Wannstedt a shit?
Yeah, I was very wrong. So in junior college, the second year that I was at Pierce College, which was really my freshman year, there was a quarterback competition, or at least I thought there was, that I thought I'd won. And so I didn't, though. And I pretty much sulked my way through at least 3 or 4 games. And when in that mindset, I would kind of hang off at the end of the bench away from everybody, and the game would be going on. And at the end of the game, I'd get in for whatever I got in for, and I would personally not play well. And then something in me went, you know what? You've got to cut this crap out, and you've got to be a good teammate in the way that you got to share what you know with the guy that is playing, or what you're seeing during the game or throughout the week and so forth. And so I did. And then because of that, when I did get my chance, not only did I help him out, but when I got my chance, mentally, I was ready to play and played well. The following year, when it was my turn to play, we played really well. So yes, I have been a part of that, but I've also been the getting back to the 95 season. So after the 94 season, and I can't remember when this occurred, but it was sometime in the off season. And I can't remember if it was together or not, or separate, but Dave Wannstedt had a conversation with me, and he also had the same one with Steve Walsh. Like, we don't, you know, we're going to wait to see at the end of training camp who comes out the winner between the two of you. We're going to chart everything, and whoever wins wins. And so that's what ended up happening. And so they could have cut me, they could have traded. They actually restructured my contract. So
really, I
ended up making the same amount of money I would have, but only because I played and hit whatever incentives I hit. So it's funny how you mentioned that 95 season, because around probably game, I don't know, 4 or 5, let's say, it was a game at Soldier Field. So during the, you know, prior to the game, you go out there and kind of play catch or walk around or whatever. And some guy out of the stands says, "Kramer, come on over here a second." So he goes, "You and I are killing it this year." I'm like, "You know what?" He goes, "Fantasy football." I'm like, what the hell is fantasy football?
Yeah.
So now I figured out what would have happened, because later when I was done playing, I was on a fantasy football show, like one of the first.
Yeah.
So here's what would have happened: nobody would have drafted me, and so as the season gets going, he probably picked me up somewhere.
Yes. Yep.
Where somebody he had was going to have a bye week or something. And if there was even there was a bye week then. So he would have inserted me. And then from there, we must have been playing okay. And so that's how he was winning. So it was funny how I didn't know. That was
I had
the first
you.
time I'd ever heard of fantasy football.
I had you on my fantasy football team too that year, and I was at
Well, if you
Lambeau
played me,
Field.
we'd have been okay then.
We did. I won that year.
Attaboy.
No joke. No joke. I'm not. And I was the first. They used to do it. We used to go into the USA Today.
Yeah.
I think it was on a Tuesday when all the stats were officially recorded right, and you have these guys, statisticians. You know, I just go by their numbers. But I was at Lambeau Field, and I'll never forget this play. Probably one of my favorite moments of being a Bears fan. It was you. And you, right before the half, do you remember this? You fucking throw a dime ball to Curtis Conway deep before the clock was, it was under 2 minutes. And you hit him in stride. And I was getting stickers put on me. Bears still suck. It was freezing out that day. That was the day Brett Favre was he was inactive or something. And then he comes out in the jack.
He wasn't inactive, but they were talking about potentially him not playing.
Yeah.
Right.
And he goes out and throws 5 touchdown passes.
Yes.
And I think who was the
you
receiver
threw
they
5.
had?
You threw 4 that day.
Well, I'm trying to think. Antonio Freeman had like a pass on his wrist or something, and he caught a couple. Like I remember one of the drives we had. It must have been 14 or 15 plays. It ended in a touchdown. We kick off, pass, touchdown by Green Bay. It was like they were like on autopilot.
They did. They scored twice on screens to Edgar Bennett. I was like, oh my god, can he tackle? And they screwed
You already
us.
mentioned
Jeremy
Herman
Lincoln.
Moore, and now you're
Jeremy
mentioning that
Lincoln.
name. Please stop saying these names. They still hurt me to this day. I don't
I
want to
was
hear about
there,
Edgar Bennett.
freezing, cheering for
Edgar
my
Bennett
boy.
came with the Bears.
Yes.
Yeah.
After a while.
I'll
He had
never
the first
forget.
carry, right?
First carry, he went 81 yards, and he didn't have 100 yards that game. He had it was crazy. Yeah. It was like Matt Nagy stepped in and was like, no, we're gonna nix that.
He got to 99 and got taken out.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Exactly.
Real quick before we get into some real personal stuff, we want to get into. I mean, this show is keeping it 100, and it's family. You just fit right in. But I gotta ask you, seriously, like, I look at how you approach your articulation of the game, and I remember being a kid again, a young adult now, and you were the play-by-play guy for the preseason games, and I felt so comfortable with you calling the game. Was it not something you liked to do? Because I thought you were so good at it, like you had a future in it.
It's funny how you mention that, because I remember starting out, and I could not have been worse or more nervous or more everything that you oh God, it was great listening to you. Not for me, because I didn't. I had a hard time remembering what I was going to say. I had to I literally had no idea what was. I mean, it's one thing to know the game. It's another thing to talk about it in a way where you're in and you're out. So, so thanks for that compliment, but I did enjoy it eventually. I actually grew to like it a lot.
I probably heard you when you liked it.
Or one of the two. I don't know.
No, because it's like that blank. John Madden, just his voice gave this blanket of, because my father was a Hall of Fame head coach here in Connecticut. They got a stadium named after him.
Very cool.
And I'm around football just like you. Your dad was a coach, right? Is that
he was like I've been a Pop Warner coach or youth football coach. He was too. Yeah.
Okay, so
he coached
you've
me.
been around him coaching. So I experienced that too. So hearing Madden was like comfort food. It was just, he knew the game and he made it fun. Right. With you articulated the game, you made it fun, but you also went beyond Madden. For me, I wasn't even expecting to even talk about this tonight, but you made it relevant for the person that doesn't know the game. You went that little extra without pissing on anybody. It was just really good. So I would love to push for you to get back doing
Would you
that.
mind? Because I'd love to do that again.
I really would. I will push for you. I have a big voice.
100%. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll bring you here if you want a show with us. We'll take you on here.
As long as I don't have to go to Connecticut.
No,
Like,
you just
like
click
none of you
the
guys
link
are in
and you're
Connecticut,
live.
right? You're all kind of just wherever
Yes.
you are.
He's in
Only
where are you?
only jerks
Arlington
live
Heights?
in Connecticut.
Where are you?
Only jerks live in Connecticut. That's the way it works.
Where are you, Cars?
I'm in
Arlington?
Naperville.
Naperville, sorry. And Shayne is in Hammond, New York?
No, Clayton, New York.
Clayton, sorry.
Thousand
That's your
Islands,
old
yep.
address, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good now. And Eric,
No,
you're
but-
in the West Coast.
I am. Yep. I'm in Agoura Hills, which is kind of the northernmost tip of LA County. LA County goes on forever.
I've never been. I need to get there with my boy
So I'm-
Bullets. and all
I
these
got in
people.
trouble one time by a friend because he overheard me say this to somebody who I didn't know. And they had no idea where Agoura Hills is. So here's what I told them. I said, "Have you heard of Malibu, right?"
Yes.
Okay, so Malibu is also northern LA County. So if you go, if I can take Malibu Canyon Road to get to Malibu and be there in about maybe under 15 minutes for sure.
Oh,
So
beautiful.
it's a really nice rolling hills type of area. Anyway, so
Well, tell us when the barbecue's at your house. We'll all be there.
No, but Phil, just to take it back for a second, you have to understand.
Okay.
So the three of us met 25 plus years ago
Right.
on a Chicago Bears message board back when those were the thing.
And the banner was
dialogue.
Rashawn Salam. Rashawn.
The banner
Bears
was
had just,
Rashawn. Yeah.
they just drafted Rashawn Salam that year.
right.
So
that
we
was
started
95.
Yeah, so we started talking then all the way back before these Twitter, smartphone era, complaining all. So like in a way, we've grown up as Bears fans. And again, the Wannstedt era was the launch for all of us into that. And it was such a formative time. So it's kind of funny now to like sit here and be like, if you told 17, 18-year-old me that like at some point I'm going to have a chance to talk to you on a podcast or a show, I'd be like, no, this is not happening. No. So this is really awesome.
Look what answering or responding onto that message board did for you.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're now talking to me.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. This is a life goal.
Can you believe how your life is?
That is honestly the perfect transition, because for you kind of joke about it, but for us, you were a star. You were a place that we went to every Sunday. And like I said earlier, I don't care who comes on this show. I will tell them exactly the truth. These guys will tell you, and sometimes they get grimace or they get nervous, but the reality, Shayne's that way too.
He's not gentle. Yeah.
Shayne's that way too. Cars is very gentle, as he's saying. I'm never gentle. You were the guy that was gonna do it for us, and fuck Wannstedt for just going the way he did, because it really did take away from the director. Who the fuck is Rick Meyer? Like, you have Erik Kramer. Like, I don't want to get into that, but the transition is perfectly into you not feeling good about you. And we tackle hard topics here on this show. We tackle everything from Black Lives Matter and made people so uncomfortable, to bias with the black quarterback, to, people that have issues overeating, whatever it is, we're going to tackle it truthfully.
Yeah,
but
good.
For you, this journey went beyond the game into your personal life. And I know you feel very comfortable about talking about this. And I think it's important, because I'm going to share with you this. We've had, and I kid you not, over 25 people reach out to me or Shayne and say this show. So as you joke about the message board and us being like, wow, this is Erik Kramer. This show has saved people's lives that were on the cusp of taking their own life, and they found this fucking show, and me and my mouth, and Shayne and his great points, and Cars and his dry sense of humor, and we're like, these are my guys. I feel like I found something. And if you want to be in the chat and share that, that's fine, because it is real. And I get goosebumps about it because I think about you and your journey and your son and everything you've had to deal with and that moment. So talk about, how did this transpire for you originally? Was it your son? Was it your marriage? Was it the disappointment in football, injury? How did this come about for somebody who doesn't know your out of football story?
Okay. Well, kind of like everybody, I suppose. Well, I don't know everybody's story, but in my case.
Yes.
So I played quite a while. I started when I was 7 years old. I didn't finish till I was 35. I had no backup plan. And so I retired because of a second neck injury that I had in San Diego, kind of like the first one in Chicago. From kind of taking about a year, maybe more, year and a half or so to get physically right, I ended up having to have neck surgery. And that kept me down quite a while. But when all this sort of happened at once. So I started coaching youth football. Just prior to that, I think it was so I didn't start coaching youth football until 2001. Sometime in 2000, do you remember the name Clay Matthews? Not the one in Green Bay, but
the Cleveland.
My uncle Sam Rutigliano coached him in Cleveland.
There you go. So that Clay Matthews. So he was a neighbor of mine, and he was coaching his son, Clay Matthews, who was a freshman at Agoura High School. And Clay Sr., I guess, he's not senior. His dad's also Clay. So whatever that means, he asked me if I would come out and work with one of their quarterbacks, which I did. Mm-hmm. And so that turned into working with all of Agoura High School's quarterbacks. And eventually that became a Sunday passing camp where I started that with Curtis Conway. And then there was the junior college coach that I had played for, Jim Fenwick. He would bring out guys from junior college to play defense. So we kind of ran it like a regular practice. We'd have classroom session in the morning, and or the first thing we do, go in the classroom for a little bit, go on the field, do a little individual work, and then the one-on-ones, and eventually 7-on-7. And we'd film it all. And so that started. Then I started coaching youth football with Griffin's team, my oldest one. And then while doing that Sunday camp, I would, if parents wanted to sit in there in the classroom, great. Well, apparently one guy from Fox came and said, and I have no idea. I know who it was, but I didn't know who he was then. And then I get a phone call from Fox, somebody there saying, hey, would you like to come down and do an audition? So that's kind of how the whole broadcasting thing came out of me going down and talking about a few games that were going to be played or maybe after they were played. And then, so that was 2001. You remember what also happened in 2001?
Yeah.
9/11.
Yep.
So that was right at the beginning of the season. So I was scheduled to do, I think, an ESPN game that got canceled. So the first game I actually did was after 9/11 with Fresno State and David Carr versus Boise State, and they had Chris Peterson. And that's when David Carr, well, Fresno State was ranked about 10 in the country, and Boise State won. But the most memorable part about that is going to LAX, because they had just opened the airport back up. And it was like, LAX is like a city.
Oh,
and I was like the only guy there in the pilot. It was like a ghost town. And but that's when all that began. And so Fox just jumped into the NFL. So remember back when they had NFL Europe?
Of course.
So I got to go to Europe a few times. Like the first place I went was Glasgow, and then some Amsterdam, I think, and two, three other places. And so they would send you over there like 2 weeks at a time. So that all happened like at once. And so I was kind of keeping busy, having fun, being around the game. And then somewhere along the way, it probably was like in Griffin, my oldest son, who I'd mentioned before, he had struggled kind of in life, like early on, like even in school, like reading in second grade, and just he had a difficult time sitting down, like in school.
Right.
And eventually, his behavior kind of started to, like spill over the sides also. And eventually, he went down a certain path where he didn't realize mentally, I guess emotionally either, how he was sabotaging the very friendships he wanted to have. Couldn't figure out why no one was calling him on the weekends. And so it was a struggle for quite a while that eventually led him down to, eventually you're going to find someone you're comfortable with. And so it just so happened that he got down a path that took him into the alcohol and drugs in high school. And so he went, eventually, I think it was around his middle of his 10th grade year in high school, he went to an inpatient rehab place here in Malibu, of all places. It wasn't near the beach, though. And so he was there for about 90 days. And then he went, so they didn't do any school. It was just straight rehab and whatever they do during the day. And then he went the same place, Visions, had an outpatient program. So he would live at home, but then I would drive him, and he'd be there pretty much all day. And most, like, they would end the day like having had dinner and a meeting, like an AA meeting somewhere, and I would go pick him up from that. And eventually, so he had gone. So in the outpatient program, they didn't have, it wasn't set up like a school classroom, but they did have class. And it was one teacher and one or two like assistants, right? And so they would work very individually with all the kids there, which there weren't a ton. And and so his kind of path during that time went from, sitting in the corner, I can't stand, like, what are you doing to me, having me be here, to eventually, thank you, you saved my life, because I would have either been, in jail or dead, to slowly, when he was about to get out of outpatient, it was like, that was a bunch of brainwashing they did to me. That was, and then it was during that time when he was not even done yet. So this would have been like maybe mid-January sometime of 2011. And he made a comment to me one time that said, Dad, I really just want to be a normal teenager, like a guy that student, parties a little bit and hangs out with friends. And internally, I was thinking, okay, what is it about your life so far that's been normal? And so eventually, Griffin went back to doing what he was doing before. And what I learned was that the human body, when you go away from whatever it was drug-wise that you were doing, and then you go back to doing the same thing you were doing before, your body can't take that.
Right.
And so there was a game he played. He was a backup quarterback himself in high school. So this would have been his senior year. He was going to Thousand Oaks High School, which is, I think he went to 3 high schools, actually. So this was the last one. And so it was on a Friday night. They played out at Ventura College. I forget the team they played. And I drove him. He was living in his mom's house, and she'd only lived at that time about a mile away, if that. So on the way home, I picked him up. So they take the bus from the junior college they played at back to Thousand Oaks High School. So I picked him up there, drove him back to Marshaw's house, and on the way, Griffin is talking about, hey, do you think Coach Fenwick, the one I played for in Pierce, do you think he would mind if I came out, for Pierce College's team? And I said, no, he would love it. And I'm thinking that's the first time I'd ever heard anything from Griffin talking about anything beyond the next 5 minutes, talking in general, or at least to me. And here he's talking about his future. And then, I dropped him off, and we sat outside of Marshaw's house. He and I talking for at least an hour about nothing. And so then I get this phone call Sunday morning, and it's from the LA County Sheriff's Lost Hills station, and asking me to come down, and we wouldn't tell me why. So, and I'm thinking, okay, well, this can't be good. And I learned as I'm walking up the steps, he met me outside and let me know that Griffin had passed away while on a heroin overdose. And that was undoubtedly the biggest, I don't even know what to call it, shocking news.
Shock. I mean, it's devastating.
Yeah.
As a father, were you struggling with, like, because you're setting the deck here, you're about to pursue something, you're going over to Europe, the Fox 2000, 9/11 occurs, so everybody's in a mental state.
Okay, this is 10 years later, though.
Oh, this is 10 years after.
Later, 2011.
Okay. So this all transpires while you're still broadcasting?
Yeah. So I still had the football camp going bigger than ever. The
all involved
was about to kind of take off because at that time, Fox, I was doing maybe 3 or 4 games a year, kind of as a fill-in if they had an extra game or something.
Right.
And they were about to pair me up with a guy to do like a half a season for the upcoming year. And now Dylan had already played his last. That's my younger son. He'd already played his last youth football game, and so youth football coaching and playing was now done, and like literally the week before, and that was like where just sort of life as I knew it just stopped right then and there, and I remember the officer, I don't know who it was, but had taken me in his car to the house Griffin was at. And I had to wait there quite a while. And then finally got ushered back, and I think he was laying face up. And that's Griffin's is the first and only dead body I've ever seen, and that was on a morning. And so I remember Dylan. He was sleeping over a friend's house, and the dad was a friend of mine who I knew, and so I remember. I think I was either leaving the house and being driven back to the sheriff's station. I think that's what it was. And I called up Dave, this friend of mine, and kind of gave him a very brief, just to let him know what's going on quickly, and ask him if he would kind of hang on to Dylan for a little while longer until I got back home. And eventually he came and dropped Dylan back off. And as bad as I thought the news was, hearing it myself, having to tell him was, I can't even describe it. I mean, Dylan was 13 in 8th grade. And, and like I think I told you, Griffin himself had so much inner turmoil just in life that for most of his own life and for most of Dylan's life, Griffin was sort of the big brother that, kind of had his way with Dylan to a degree.
Right.
And so
picked on him.
He
had his own agenda, And
Right.
his
So
own
whatever,
demons, and he
I
took
guess
it
when
out on
looking
his
back, you would say whatever Griffin may have not felt good about himself, he handed that right down on top of Dylan. And so it was really only maybe in the last 3 or 4 weeks that Griffin himself had made a shift in Dylan's eyes. And so here's me delivering that news to Dylan right in that chair. And that, like, for all of us, that just was, I don't even know how to describe it, but it was not a good day and turned out to be not much good after that either. For a while. For quite a while.
No parent should ever bury a child. My
True
father has said that, and I can't even imagine the inner turmoil that set you off with guilt. Could I have done something different? Was I not there enough? All of these things are exploding right in your head, and I'm obviously
I had different thoughts, but thoughts kind of along. One of the things that that I had a hard time wrestling with was, Griffin, around April of that same year, I had made some plans to take both Griffin and Dylan back to the East Coast. So we were going to start out and go to NC State's spring game, and then from there go up, I think, to we went up to Gettysburg, and then we came back down through Washington, D.C. I think, we even on the way up to Gettysburg stopped in Baltimore to watch an Orioles game. So literally days before that was going to happen, Griffin decided he arranged with me to meet with me at a restaurant where he told me he didn't want to go on that trip and that he wanted to now go back and live with Marsaw full time. And so that was like in probably early April. And so I didn't have much contact with Griffin, really on his own doing. And so one of the things I struggled with was I couldn't get it out of me. I couldn't do anything with this thought that I had of, did he really know that I loved him as much as I did? And so that was one of the things that ate at me for a while. But like at my house, so when Griffin decided he didn't want to live here anymore, that made it awkward for Dylan. So he didn't want to be by himself. So he too moved back with Marsaw. And so no one was here that morning, I found out. And but over those next couple of days, like my sister had driven out, she lives in the Vegas area, and then started people from around that know me started coming over. And eventually some people from out of town, friends of mine that lived in different states, would come. And then again, so this happened towards the tail end of Thousand Oaks High School's football season. And so there was a night or two where their team would come over, and then eventually the moms would see that, hey, there's no food here and there's all these people here. So then they would start making, those kind of long, stainless steel trays of food, right? And so that's kind of how it was for several weeks. And so it was nice having people around, but it was also probably the saddest I've ever been in life for that sort of length of time. Yeah.
That strikes with me. 2 years ago, we lost my wife's brother to a heroin overdose, and it was very similar. He had gotten clean, done all of that, and just like you said, went back to using the amount that they're used to, right? But when I talked to my father-in-law about it, he explains it the same way, right? Like that there's people there, but you aren't there, right? There are people around, but you aren't, and you don't know what to say and what to do and how to react. And like he said it is in a way like it was almost like he's outside of his body watching all of these things progress and go on, because the dad side of you is always like, all right, now this has happened, these are the things that I need to do to finalize, to do right. Like there's this, we're methodical, and then there's the other stuff that we tend to bury very deep or don't let out, that is now we have to, and we don't know. And so hearing this, it's really striking me, because it's like it sounds so very familiar.
Well, yeah. So thanks for sharing that. And I'll say this too, is that one of the things I found out was that there are other people that have been through something like this as well. So there was a friend of mine who, he lives back in North Carolina, and he's in the financial world. And he said, hey, do you live out there anywhere near this school called Oaks Christian? And I said, yeah, it's a mile from my house. He says, oh, because we have a guy that works with our company, but he has a daughter that goes there, and they live out there. And he too lost a daughter, and I forget how long ago it was when he told me. And he goes, I just feel like you two should meet. So I'm having breakfast the next morning, and there's a knock at the door. And someone I'd never seen before. I open the door. He goes, yeah. And he goes, hi, I'm Mark Davis. That's the guy. And so he comes in, and we just sit, and I can't even remember what we talked about. But he's somebody that helped me through that whole process. And today, Griffin is buried about 40 feet from Hannah, his daughter. Wow. And she was 14 when she passed away. She passed away having the flu. And she was in the hospital, and they had told Mark and Tricia, so I guess she'd been there a couple of days, and they said, okay, you guys can go home, and we're going to get Hannah all ready. She'll be fine. She's sleeping. She'll be fine. And tomorrow you can, come get her and check her out. And then they got the call in the middle of the night where, she'd passed away. So just the whole thing from, you've got this catastrophic, cataclysmic just happening. But that thing needs to be taken care of. There needs to be a memorial service. He needs to be buried. He needs to, just things that you just kind of, I wouldn't have known what to do or how to do it or where to go. But fortunately, I had another friend. One of the friends that had flown out had lost one of his sons, I think the year before, in a skateboarding accident. Just some random, nothing skateboard thing where he wasn't wearing a helmet, but literally was just going down the street. And so what I came to find, though, like I said, is that there's a whole part of society that I didn't know ever existed like that. But obviously, as Cars would say, there are. And so it's those kind of people that over time, one way or another, reach out to you, find you somehow. And so you step out of the way life was one day, and then over time, you kind of step into another part of life that in its own way is, I guess if you call it, it's a club you never want to be in, but you're glad there is one.
No, we just had my my in-laws' 50th, and they were part of a support group, right? Because now these things have become so common, and over the years of dealing with this, those people become family, right? As weird as it is, and you find a lot of comfort. It's a very isolating thing for most folks, and to find kind of that I'm not alone, as weird as a thing as it is, there's a lot of comfort in that feeling too.
True enough. There's each town will have like a day, maybe more than one day in a year, where they'll meet at a park and release a bunch of butterflies or whatever. So yeah, there's sort of you can take it as far as you'd like. And for a while there was a group of people that either would meet or I think that was it. They would meet at I'm trying to think where. Can't think off the top of my head right now. I think it was at a hospital somewhere locally. And then for about, it took a while to get started, but there was a local church here, also right next door to Oaks Christian, that had a grief, I think it was called Grief Share. It was about a 14 or 15 week, once a week thing where there was other people there that were going through some sort of grief because they lost somebody close to them. So yeah, I think the way it works, unfortunately there is sort of a people find themselves in this situation. So yeah, there is support out there. And usually it finds you, and but then so while that was going on, my mom previously, like that earlier that Mother's Day in that same year, 2011, her and her husband, so her second husband, Doug, and me and Dylan were on Mother's Day on Sunday playing golf. And after we had a great time, and afterward, Doug takes Dylan, I guess, back to their townhouse, I'm guessing. And so my mom and I sat and had lunch and kind of just talked about nothing. And as I'm walking her out to the car, she says, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to get back some tests. I'm like, tests for what? And she's like, oh, just nothing. I just haven't been feeling so great lately, but, probably nothing. Well, that next day she found out she had stage 4 uterine cancer. And so, there was a mad scramble to find sort of a doctor, an oncologist, and then sort of what to do. And so she had some radical surgery that she was in a coma for quite a while afterward, but she survived it. And but then during her rehab and her chemo, like I would take her to chemo, she'd stay overnight at the hospital. And so it was kind of a time where she and I'd say for the first time, were able to kind of just sit and, I don't know, not really talk about a whole bunch, but then just be fine with that too. And so while she's going through her, it obviously wiped her out quite a bit. And but then later she kind of began declining kind of rapidly. So eventually she was on home hospice and she passed away in mid-July of 2012. And so that in itself was also kind of a, that one, at least it's not your child, but it still came out of nowhere. And then around the time she passed away, my dad, who they had divorced when I was in college. And so, but, he was kind of, I hate to say it now that he's no longer here, but there was a point in life where he was kind of making me uncomfortable the way he lived through me, or at least that's the way I took it. And so, but, and you kind of think you have people, a parent say, put in a certain little box that, that's just for you, that's where they're going to always remain.
Right.
But around the time my mom passed away, he discovered that he had acid reflux, and that untreated acid reflux quickly became esophageal cancer. which that was like a 3-year slow, steady decline. So eventually he lost his life. So that was some not great times for the most part. And I think I'd mentioned to you, so when Griffin passed away, I just stopped all things, really. Broadcasting, coaching that quarterback receiver camp. And it just sort of took a while to kind of even want to go back to do anything. And but so that's, and I don't really think I wanted to do anything really until probably the last 2-3 years, really. Because I got depressed myself, and I'd been depressed a couple of times in life, probably 3 or 4. So by this time, I kind of knew, as it's bubbling up, I kind of, oh God, here this comes now. And so, yeah, I got hit very hard, kind of rapidly. And I ended up calling a friend of mine, Erik Kramer, who himself, he was a quarterback with the Lions prior to me. And Erik had himself gone through some struggles. His own son had committed suicide when he was young. I didn't know that at the time, but Erik and I kind of knew each other on the periphery in a way, that he had battled depression at times and had taken some antidepressants along the way, as did I. I think I probably did more than he did. And that's kind of what our friendship was kind of, hey, how you doing? Oh, and here's the last thing I was on. What was the last thing you were on? And we kind of shared those type of stories, but then life too. And I called up Erik in the state of mind I was in. And I said, okay, now this conversation is not going to be so fun. And he said, oh, well, and he just listened. And eventually he said, the foundation I began after the impact, we've partnered up with the University of Michigan and started a depression center that is part of, not on the campus, but it's part of the University of Michigan's, what they do, what they back. And so he says, get on a plane, come out here, and we'll just see what we can do. And he wasn't one of the treating people, but so after about 2 days of being out there, I called him up, and this was kind of like, it was set up like a farmhouse, right, on this big acreage. And I remember calling him up, and we just started walking. And I said, Erik, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you did to get me here. But I just feel like, I don't know. Everybody's kind of leaving and no one's coming. And I feel like so isolated here. This is like, I'm sorry to say this, but it feels like the wrong place for me. Mm-hmm. And it couldn't have been set up to be the more right place for me, because it was a handful of people. It was former military suffering from PTSD. It was a couple of former athletes like me. And, but honestly, I don't remember much of my time there. I remember a little bit. And so I don't, but I don't, I mean, I know now because a friend of mine told me this, but he picked me up from the airport and was actually living with me for a while. And I don't remember that. And I had told Chris, apparently, that I had already purchased a gun and where I got it. And so one day he took my driver's license and he went to that gun store and he said, look, if this guy comes in here, this is what he's going to, what the gun he's going to pick up, this is what he's going to do with it. And so I didn't know that. I did not know that. And so at some point, so this would have been in probably like probably the tail end of June, early July of when I got back from Michigan. And I don't know how long. I didn't count days or anything like that. I don't know what dates were, but it wasn't long after that I began planning my exit. And when I say planning, financially planning. So I wanted to make sure, as if at that point no one's going to care. But I wanted to make sure Dylan was set up and a few other people. And so I eventually planned not to be here. And so I remember going to pick that gun up and thinking in my mind, I'd never bought a gun before. So I was thinking, it's going to be gone, and because I guess there was a waiting period, cool off period. And I didn't know about that. So here I am going to pick it up, having to act even like when I bought it. I'm having to act like, oh, this is just what I do and this is who I am. And I remember, God, if anybody could see what I'm thinking, they'd kick me out of the store. But they let me purchase the gun. They allowed me to pick it up. And I remember, of all things, going to a shooting range, and how ridiculous that felt. Like, why am I shooting down the range? So I remember there was a day that all my little planning stuff was done. And I mean, I'd even, in order to get the gun, I researched on my computer, like not the one I'm talking to you on now, but a previous one. And if you look on that computer, it's going to have whatever I typed in, best way to execute yourself or something. And I did what I researched to do. Only thank God it didn't work. And I went to, I didn't do it at my house because I didn't want to take the chance on Dylan, walking up at some point. And so I went down a couple miles away. There was, ironically, a place called the Goodnight Inn. And I, at some point in time, sat back on the bed and pulled the trigger. And so the fact that I'm part of this little show right now, or even here to wake up in the morning, is, I don't even know. I don't know how many people you've ever spoken to. I've spoken to zero that have ever shot themselves in the head, and they're still here. So
you're the first one for me, but
Okay.
You're also, let me just say this, because I've been just sitting here listening to humanity at its finest. And my father has always taught me, people always go into darkness. It's the light inside of you. Everybody can have a second chance. And I'm sitting here watching a man I idolized as a kid and a youngster talk about the trials of life affecting you so much. I saw some comments in the chat. This is the guy I cheered for. Never did I know he was going through this darkness. All of these dominoes, if you will, falling in such a negative way for you, pushing you to that point where you ultimately plan everything down to the good night in. And normally I would have something funny to say there, but it's so completely, this show, I always say, is family. People out there, reach out and help each other. Erik Kramer is a true hero. And there'll be some idiot moron that'll say, oh, fucking pussy, he wanted to get out of life. But we all go there. Those people that can't admit that stuff, they're the real cowards. I'm just blown away. And I don't know if Shayne or anybody had any question, but I just had to say this to you. A lot of people want to talk about the Bears. We talked about the Bears. We have always said we don't give a shit about critics or anything. This is about life and family first. Football is a part of our life, but family is the most important. And to hear you speak this and tell your truth, I think you're helping so many other people. Just like I said to you to start this, I just want to say thank you, Erik. Seriously, thank you for sharing what is probably the hardest thing for any human being to share, that I wanted, or I attempted to do this. And I've got nothing but respect. And I want you in my life. I'm saying that right here. I say it with tears.
I appreciate that.
I really
do.
I can't even imagine what you went through, man. I say that to you. I get emotional because you were my guy.
Man. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I appreciate that. And I'll say that, all I can say is that it did not feel like there was a period of time, I'd say as recently as maybe 3 or 4 years ago, somebody would say to me, this is an accident. Friends of mine, when your accident happened, I said, no. I planned. This is something I wanted to do. And eventually that very same person, after hearing me say this 4 or 5 times, go, you know what? Think about this for a second. Could you have been in your right mind and made that same decision? Like voted against yourself? No, you can't. So the events of life had conspired in such a way that if I felt like I could have worked my way out of it, I would have, because I've worked my way out of a lot of stuff in life, and I think you lose perspective. At least I did. And I mean, think about it. I'm going to take my life and leave Dylan, who, Griffin was 13. Dylan was 13 when Griffin was 18. And I shot myself the day before his junior year of high school. I had no idea that was the case. You think I'm going to think? You think along the way, it never occurred to me, never, not once, what my action would do to Dylan. Not once did that creep in my mind, or anyone else for that matter. My aunt, Anna Durgan, who's she's been unbelievable. I've known Anna since high school. We went to high school together, and I remember her telling me, she goes, Erik, your sister, my daughters, we're going out to Hawaii. I've got a timeshare. This is like in the early spring. She goes, come on out. You'll love it. I'm like, Anna, the guy getting off the plane is still going to be me. Yeah. And I don't care what the location is. And so I didn't go. And I'm not sure if I had gone, that would have changed anything. I'm just saying that all the people whose lives I disrupted one night, and it was, I only recently, like 2 nights ago, like my sister and Anna would not allow anybody to take any pictures. They wouldn't allow me, like when I was at the hospital, I couldn't go out, but eventually I went to a brain treatment center that they also own a couple of homes. So I was at one of the homes, and I didn't know this at the time, but so they're both somewhat near the freeway. The reason they chose, my aunt and Anna, the reason they chose the one that was still near the freeway is the other one was closer to the on-ramp. They didn't want to take a chance of me walking up. Or, and so, what I put them through, including Dylan, like they didn't know if I was going to live for weeks.
Right.
And now, like I told you, I saw these pictures. They're not pretty. And I was just like, oh, the pictures came from one of the doctors. Had taken pictures of what I looked like prior to surgery, what I looked like. There was a period of time when, during the middle of this cranioplasty, so they had taken part of my skull off, and we're going to replace it with whatever's there now is what they replaced it with. In the middle of that surgery, my head began to swell, my brain did, and so they had to stop and close me up. And so I was like, if you look at me from the side, my head would have ended right here. So there's pictures of that. And so anyway, that's just like, I didn't know how close I'd come. Like, there was a period of time where I didn't know that I was calling up my sister or Anna and saying, what the hell am I doing here? Why am I in this brain rehab place? I did not know I shot myself.
Wow.
Like, for a while, like months, actually over a year. Like the neurologist who it's their clinic, CNS, Center for Neuroskills, Matt Ashley. Anna said to him, will you please, in front of me, tell Erik why he's here? This is 16 months after I've been there. He goes, yeah, we've told him all the time. She goes, I know. I want you to tell me in front of me, because I keep telling him why he's here, and he doesn't believe me. He's like, who are you, a doctor? You're not a doctor. That would be what I'm telling her. And he, like, I don't remember sitting in his office, but I did, because I've now seen his report. I had to be convinced that I shot myself. And
it's a blessing that you're here. And I want to say this too, from experience with brain injury, there's a bias that goes along with it. With you, obviously, the details of the side of your head not being there in some ways, obviously everyone could say, whoa. But with brain injury, everybody looks normal. Oh, he's fine. He's faking it. You heard all of that and more. So for you to stand in front of everybody in this social media world where everybody's got an opinion and everybody we got to talk about the 53-man roster. It's more important than Erik Kramer speaking his truth. That's a world that I don't want. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. Your truth is inspiring. The details are, for lack of a better term, gory and scary, to be perfectly honest. That is thunder, as I said that. If you guys can hear that at my house.
I didn't hear it, but thanks for adding.
I kid you not. If you could play it back, you can hear thunder going off as I said that. Gory and scary. God speaking. I kid you not. But it is a testament to you. I have one question, and then I want to turn it over to Shayne. How is your son Dylan now? How is that context for him and you in that relationship?
So that's a good question. I think everything right now for Dylan, this is probably he's 23 now. So this is probably these last, say, 3 years have been the longest stretch in his life where there has not been at least one catastrophe.
Wow. So he's a champion.
So, like, you can't believe. So not long after sort of I came out of this mental fog, and I'm not talking about the hospital.
Yeah.
I was talking to him about how sorry I was.
Wow.
And how much I was asking him certain questions that I didn't know the answers to. And I think I overdid it in a way. And so, because when he was very young, his mom and I were separated on several occasions, and it would be me that came back.
Right.
And he remembers those. So, like, one of them, he couldn't have been more than 5 years old or 6 years old.
Jesus Christ.
And so that event, so eventually, like when I moved out for the last time in March of 2010, and so we didn't actually become divorced officially, paperwork wise, until September 2012. So,
wow. Yeah.
When Griffin died, we were living in 2 separate houses,
causing more turmoil.
So
yeah,
Griffin dies when Dylan's in the middle of his own school. Then, and I can't remember, forgive me for not knowing what order this happened, but all 4 grandparents died.
Jeez.
My dad apparently had not died yet before I shot myself, but he passed away, I'm told, about, I guess, in early September of 2015. So everybody in his family at one point was wiped out. And we haven't spoken about what I think you're going to talk about next, so I'll leave that to you. But so when you ask how he's doing, he got into baseball in high school, primarily in honor of Griffin. And I'll explain this, that Griffin passed away during football season, which it starts in the fall. Baseball doesn't happen until the spring. But a few of Griffin's friends wanted him to come out for baseball, and they wanted to get him to clock him on a jugs machine, I guess it is, jugs gun.
Right.
Air gun, I guess.
Speed gun.
And so he threw whatever he threw, a 90 or 90 couple, few miles over 9 miles an hour, whatever. And so, and then he passes away, never gets to play baseball. And so Dylan picked up baseball in high school, his own high school, in honor of Griffin. So Dylan, I think anybody can see, didn't want to go to school after high school, but he loved baseball. So he kept playing, and then he began working with a guy who himself had played pro baseball and was working with Dylan a little bit. And he said, Dylan, what do you want to do with this? And he goes, well, I have a dream one day that I'd love to step on a major league field. And Jay goes, oh, well, good, because you can. And he started showing him on video, like some stuff Dylan was doing well and some other former or current major league guys that he works with, kind of doing similar things. And he goes, now, Dylan, he goes, I think you can see here that you probably got a future in this, but you're not going to get where you're going, I don't think, unless you go to school. So Dylan ends up going to Moore Park Junior College, but it was just when COVID hit. So scholastically, he's doing well, but that year he didn't get to play baseball. Then he puts his own little highlight video together, primarily of him just hitting off a tee and me throwing soft toss to him or overhand. And some coach from down in Irvine, was about an hour and a half from here, Westcliff University, recruits him to play baseball there. So, but then this past year, they canceled their season. So he just went back down to start school, and baseball again is going to start for officially this time, but school's still online. So they just started yesterday, or the 30th. Is there 31 days in August?
There's 31 days past September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31.
Okay. So as of August 30th, that was their first day of school. And baseball will follow here shortly after. But leading up to that, for about, I'd say 2.5 months, he was playing on a travel baseball team comprised of a bunch of kids like himself that had their seasons canceled. So he got to play some before going down. And you asked how he's doing. I think emotionally, he's doing great. He loves being in school. He's doing really well. He's got the baseball Jones, so he's always working at it. And I think for him right now, life's pretty good.
That's
awesome.
It is. It's great. Erik, it's, we all go through stuff. And last week, I shared on the show that my 10-year-old son's been diagnosed with cancer.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's, I found that, I found out about it 3 weeks ago, and Phil and Cars are two of my closest friends that I've known for, 2+ decades. And it's not, exactly like your situation, but you talk about just getting that phone call and your life instantly changes with a phone call. And it's, you're never going to, I keep on saying to myself, I'm never going to go back to what my life was before that phone call when I found out about my son.
Right.
And, it took me a couple of weeks. I talked to Phil, talked to Cars, and our show here is called Keepin It 100. And Phil's like, well, what are you going to do with the, letting everybody know? And I had to take like a week. I took that week off, that night show, when I first found out. And I said, you know what? Part of I'm a forward thinker. I've always been that way my entire life. I come from a real strong family, so it's a credit to them. But I knew that talking about it was going to be probably one of the hardest things that I ever had to do in my life in this forum, with hundreds and thousands of people tuning into the show that I didn't even know. But so last week was my night to share with everybody about the situation with my 10-year-old son, Riley. And I did it. And it was hard. It was emotional, shed a lot of tears. And I know their listeners and everything were the same way. But we've always based everything that we do here on being vulnerable and open and keeping it 100, just like you are. And like I said, I feel everything happens for a reason. I feel like you're here tonight almost to help me in my process of getting through this traumatic situation with my son. But for me to ask a question to you is, after I talked about it publicly, as hard as it was so therapeutic for me to get it off of my chest, to get it off of my shoulders. And I found every minute since last Wednesday when I talked about it, that it's become incrementally easier for me to talk about it. There was a moment whenever, somebody would just say my son's name, or I would think about it, you would start to cry and everything like that. And it's becoming easier and easier the more that I talk about it. And is that a process that you, with you being here in this forum with us, is that a point where you got where it's very therapeutic for you? As tough as it is to talk about, do you find it therapeutic in that it's actually benefiting your situation moving forward?
I guess so, because it's been now, we're coming up on 10 years. Yeah. And so, and I think, how they say time heals. Yeah. And I think in part it does. But I also, when Griffin went into drug rehab, so he would have been around age, probably 14. Mm-hmm. And I remember they said, with him in rehab, it would be a good idea for you as parents the two suggestions they made. One, go to the Betty Ford Center out in Palm Desert, I think it was. So I went there, and that was about a 3 or 4 day kind of education. And then they also said, if you can, find an Al-Anon group in your area.
Yeah.
And so I did that. And so I went there for years. While Griffin was going, even after he'd passed away. And I just found that to be sort of therapeutic in a way. And listening to other people's stories, which you change the names and you change the dates, but it's all roughly the same story.
There's a playbook. Yeah, there's definitely a playbook.
Yeah.
It's not Matt Nagy's, though, I'll tell you that.
Probably
you gotta have one laugh in here.
Right.
You know, it's something that yeah, I don't know.
You might ask him. He might have some. But there's a so the way Al-Anon works, it's kind of like based on AA. So there's a sponsor, and the sponsor has sponsees, and so there's still a once a month sponsee meeting that I go to. That there's probably anywhere from maybe 8 to 10 or 11 guys that will show up at this one sponsor's house. And it's a way for me to kind of stay in touch with all that same, it's a really good way to go through life. Whether you know somebody whether you're being affected by somebody's drug or alcohol use or not, there's probably typically something I'm doing that in a way is reflective of alcoholic or drug thinking, right? So I'm planning for something, or I'm trying to steer somebody a certain way that maybe I'm not just coming right out and saying it, and there's all kinds of ways these sorts of behaviors and thoughts first can manifest themselves. And so it's a good way for me to stay connected to that sort of other people that we all have some common denominator. And talking about it, there was a time, Shayne, that I'd like to get back to, where I went and spoke at my high school. I went and had friends of mine had come and said, hey, would you speak at my business? Or there was a group of the sponsor guy, Steve Getzoff, says, hey, I'm friends with a woman and she's connected with the LA Police Department, and she'd love it if she puts a group of officers and 911 operators together. Would you come and speak at that group? So doing that was very therapeutic, and it wasn't really what I said about me. It wasn't questions I took. It was more at the very end. It's all broken up now. And someone heard me say something, and then they come up and tell me something about themselves or someone they know or whatever. And so that world I like being in, and I think that I've grown now to a point where it's more really than just my story. There's now, if you, Shayne, or somebody was struggling with depression or anxiety or isolation, I could talk to you about what people have told me, or a therapist that I've spoken with during that time and after, or, people that have, there's a professional woman who's got a long track record in suicide prevention. I would love to connect people with other resources, but dealing with kids, I think, is a great way to go, because around age 4th, 5th grade, right? You start hearing these either face-to-face bullying encounters or cyberbullying or text bullying, whatever it is. Right. And so there's actually not a lot, but even in the area I live, there's a woman who heads up a group of people that they'll go into schools and begin working with kids at a young age and starting to having the kids identify certain qualities in a person that they like or admire or would like to have themselves, and be conscious of gaining themselves. And so, or sometimes you identify things you don't want to be, you know, you
Right.
like to be maybe compassionate and understanding and an active listener, where you wouldn't want to be a bully and you wouldn't want to isolate people. And so, and then eventually you start growing your own little support system and team, if you will. And then you get to be on someone else's team, maybe. And you get to experience what it's like to talk things out or listen to someone else talk things out or encourage someone to talk things out. And so by the time you're out of high school, that's who you are.
Yeah.
And, you know, talking things through, like you said, is therapeutic. Well, what if that's who you were, Shayne, at 10 years old?
Yeah.
You started back then. And then when as life's challenges and obstacles start going like that, you've got your network of people that you continue to cultivate. So that's why I think that, you know, when you start to step in and start giving young people skills and awareness to how to handle life's issues, then maybe you get the tools so that you're not the one being isolated. You're the one including people. You're not the one that ever encounters anxiety, because you learn how to talk that out with people. Or if it's anxiety, you learn how to deal with it, or depression or whatever. And so maybe those things don't come your way. Or if they do, you have a network of people that may include a psychologist, it may not.
Right.
Because there's a guy that I played college football with that went on to play in the pros, and we're the same age. And now in life, certain things in life have happened where now he finds himself not feeling like himself and can't get out of it.
Yeah.
But what if he started this whole process, you know, at a younger age? Would he even be in this situation now? And I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is like, yes, I love, maybe love's the wrong word, but I like being in the role of someone who can listen to somebody. But I also like being a part of growing something within schools to work with young kids that give them tools that currently right now they either don't have or no one's ever talked to them about acquiring.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally agree.
If you're listening now, we have Erik Kramer, former Chicago Bears quarterback, just sharing and being completely transparent and vulnerable. These are things we talk about on this network and have all been, from Shayne sharing his story about his son to Cars sharing the loss of his family member to addiction. My cousin passing away last fall, a year younger than me, just went to bed one night and passed away. Life is tough, you know,
and fragile for sure.
Fragile for sure, and everybody is going through something. It's unfortunate that we all know this stuff and react. We just react. We measure. We do it with our wives. We do it with our friends. Well, I got this problem. Well, yours isn't as hard as mine, and this isn't as tough as this, or you wouldn't do this. But there is a showcase of strength that I see here in my brother from another, Shayne Marsaw, having to talk about his son having to deal with this, as well as you, Erik, is totally standing out in front of everyone, giving a voice and an experience. I saw somebody in there say, "Thank you, Erik. I was upset. My brother took his life. And now you've given me some perspective on looking at what he was going through to do something like that." I know it's very hard because there comes a showcase of oh, there might be some weakness, but I'm so proud of the 100 crew, as we call them in the chat, and people showcasing, holy shit, this is the best show. This is unbelievable how much respect I have for you, Erik Kramer. And on and on and on it goes. If you're listening on the podcast, I hope you get the opportunity to jump over to YouTube or Twitter, Twitch, or Facebook and watch the emotion and the passion. Got me in all of my feels, as they would say, but it's truthful in the fact that not only do I love Erik Kramer as a kid and a football player, to hear this message of truth and honesty, and just I saw our friend Chris Sandlin say this is the kickoff of Recovery Month. September is Recovery Month. So to talk about your son, to talk about you struggling through your recovery, not even knowing you did what you did, how to approach that as a father. And there's so much more to get into with you, but we've had you for 2 hours here on the show.
We appreciate it very much.
Which we appreciate. Can we schedule you back on the show? Because there's a lot more that I think you want to share and should share. And we also want your opinions on football too, because you and Cars have developed this relationship that I'm jealous of, that you agree with him.
It's nice. It's nice to be out, not be outnumbered for one show. And he can shut me up, but you're the guest and he's not going to be able to mute you. So
No,
it works
I
out
cannot.
very well.
I can't mute him. I honestly want. This is the same guy you'll meet, and when people meet me, as Shayne get attacked, I'm the same person. When I say fucking love Erik Kramer, I thought I couldn't love him anymore, but now I completely do, because not only were you therapeutic for me and sharing, because I remember the moment it popped up on the news, Erik Kramer, suicide attempt. I remember it. Like, what the fuck? You just react.
Right.
I'm telling, because you were my guy. That's all I remember. And then I saw your handsome face. I could say that because I remember at the time I was like, my mom was like, your quarterback's a handsome guy. I remember my mom saying that. She's
so your mom thinks I'm hot.
Yeah, much better looking than Chris Zorich there. We're just going to throw that out there.
But I remember those blue eyes and just the quarterback. You fit the stereotype of what you thought. Anyway, I speak my truth no matter what. You still are the guy.
I appreciate
you're
that.
Beyond the guy. So I know I put pressure on people because I don't want you to back out. So I want you to be a part of coming back on the show or anytime. I want you a part of us. I really believe it.
I love being part of this, my new family, so to speak.
Yes, that's
absolutely.
Exactly. And you could see it in the chat. I want you to see it in the chat because the fans have spoken too. You are TTNL. As Bullets is saying, he's still our guy, just like I said.
I love it. So let me just say this.
Yes.
When you're talking about, you saw it on the news, and
yes.
So you get so into the little keyhole that you're living in.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's any perspective about the outside world. None.
Yes.
And so I never thought, like I'm told that made the news everywhere. And you don't think about that, honestly. Like I was in a little cubby motel room. And so I'm, like I said, I'm just thankful to be here. I think one of you had brought up there's a reason I'm still here, and you're right, there is.
Yes.
And so I'm going to stay here. And there's a lot of good things that are going on right now that I'm helping to become a part of that are going to continue to grow. And so I would love to come back on this show again. Love to.
We want you a part of us, and it's not bullshit. You're a family now. I really mean that. I'll keep in touch with you. I sent you my personal cell phone. Obviously, your former teammate Chris Zorich is now going to be on the network, so you could break his balls a little bit, tell some of his dirt for me, because he's going to be trying to pick on me now. I already can see him.
I think we should get him like maybe his intro should be like a little Olivia Newton-John song. It'd be like, I love you. I honestly love you. That would be perfect for him.
But it has to be short because it will be a 14-hour podcast without a long intro. So if you do like a 15-minute, that probably just adds 2 more hours onto it at the back end.
Let's get physical.
Oh,
what was
Lord.
the other one? There was a Xanadu.
Xanadu, right?
Xanadu.
Right? Yep. I'm sure there's somebody in there you could pick out that would be, it would go against the grain of him being a strong physical guy. Get something that would touch his more feminine side.
We will. We'll work
Bring
on
that
it.
out.
He didn't know what pop-up video was. I was disappointed in that, but
there's probably a lot you guys can teach him yet. So
he's like,
well, he's got that Notre Dame education, so we got to start in the 101s basically of everything. So
if you're just listening now on the podcast or tuning in, former Bears quarterback Erik Kramer, I got one favor to ask of you before we let you go. We isolate on you. You give us a station ID, so the next time you come, it becomes our open. And you'll be, and I'm going to give you the script, and you are Hollywood, well, Malibu-esque, north tip of LA.
Right. So let me finish off that story. So the guy, as I'm telling somebody, I go, okay, you've heard of Malibu, right? And this is we're at a game at Alabama. So this is prior to that game. And he hears me telling this person, and he goes, what are you bullshitting for? You're not from Malibu. And I'm like, I don't think I just said I was from Malibu.
Exactly.
So nor am I from Hollywood, but I did go to school in Burbank, which is like home of the Burbank Studios, right?
There you go, Burbanks.
I'll be there. I'll be in Burbank next week. It'll be a lovely time to get out of Chicago.
Maybe you can get up to. Maybe you guys can meet up. Talk shit about
we could. Burbank's still a somewhat sleepy little town, kind of like Agoura Hills, but without Agoura Hills is Burbank, but without the studios.
Yep. And without the mountain fires that are constantly behind everything.
We got those. Believe me.
Okay,
we got
good.
Evacuated here a couple years ago.
Erik Kramer has a silky smooth texture to his voice, his vocal. I love it. So here's what I want you to say. Hi, this is former Bears quarterback Erik Kramer, and I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network. So Chris Zorich would have said keeping it real and fucked it up.
Zorich 15 minutes to figure that out. He had to write it down.
Well, all you got to do, he had to write down a script.
He did.
And we have I wish we could pull, because I was supposed to have it ready, but I've been pulling my hair out, producing a lot of stuff for tonight's show. But I hope you I'm going to email you the intro we produced for you as well, because I want you to have that.
Okay.
The little token. And then you send me your address. I'm going to send you out one of these puppies right here.
Love it.
A little swag. But again, I'll give you the script, your name, former Bears quarterback, and then I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network. Okay. I'll count you down when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Isolate on you.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Erik Kramer, former Bears quarterback, keeping it 100 on the what network?
The Tape Never
Lies Network. All right, let me do that again.
One more time.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Erik Kramer, former Bears quarterback, keeping it 100 here on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Boom.
Love it.
2 takes Kramer.
See?
Took you to Detroit, then you went to Chicago, and fucking Wanstead fucked up and let you go out to San Diego. I'll just say that for you.
I feel like I just took a called strike and then hit the other one out.
Yes, you did.
All right, cool.
I like it.
I love it.
Great
He's
stuff,
former
man.
Bears quarterback Erik Kramer. If you haven't heard his story, there's more to tell, if you could believe it. There is more to tell. I'm going to schedule him back on the show We're going to finish up, but also Cars. We're going to see what Erik Kramer studies, Bears, Matt Nagy, Fields, and all of that, and get the former Bears quarterback to come on here and give us his week 3. Let's just throw that number, or week 2.
We should have him do Detroit. We should have him do
Oh,
Detroit because I have nightmares about him and Herman Moore. That will always be my life.
Who was the other one? The other fucking guy. Oh, was it Haynes?
No, we had a couple. We had Brett Perriman.
Brett Perriman.
Oh.
He always fucking caught that ball in coverage.
And Willie Green was pretty good too, and Aubrey Matthews and
Willie
Jeff
Green.
Campbell.
I always wanted on the Bears.
Yeah.
Shayne, remember him? Fucking Willie Green traveled the NFL and always made big
Brett's, I believe it's Brett's son that just signed with Chicago today, right?
Rashad? Yeah.
Oh, that's his son.
I believe so.
Look
yeah.
at it. Full
Did you
circle.
Chicago or Detroit?
Detroit released him, and Chicago signed him today. Yeah.
There we go, Kramer.
Rashad Perriman.
All right. You want to do the Detroit game or the third week game?
Whatever you guys like. I'm in. And I'll say the same thing to you as I said. Oh, but you're not. So, Cars, you're in Naperville. Shayne, are you in Chicago area too, or no?
No, I'm the only one.
I'm in New York.
You're the only one. So, Cars, if I get in touch with, if I end up coming back there that Halloween weekend for the Bears Alumni Weekend, not only will I get in touch with George, I'll reach out to you too.
There you go.
You would make my life, so that would be amazing.
Shit, I'll fly out too.
No, you cannot. You stay home. You stay away.
Cars have his day.
That's why I asked if it was the Packers weekend. To be honest, when Chris busted my balls.
Yeah, actually,
we're going to be out there for that weekend.
That
the
Halloween
whole
weekend is the
TTNL
49er game.
Okay, so you'll be at the 49er game the following weekend.
I'm saying Halloween.
Yeah.
Is the game against the 49ers.
Oh, okay. I got
you. I'll probably be coming. There's something out. I don't know what's going on Saturday. So I'll probably come out Friday so I can be there for whatever's going on Saturday.
So it's got to be Trey Lance versus Justin Fields, though, right? That game.
You would hope by that.
That would be freaking unbelievable.
That would be pretty cool.
Well, we're gonna schedule you on.
Yes.
I'll look at the schedule. Cars really was pulling for Detroit, but I'm gonna miss.
That's the game I think he's gonna start. That's why I'm picking that as my.
All right, so we'll do it week 4. That week, right after week 4, so that Wednesday. Perfect. So you'll assess it.
So now you guys will have had a quarter of the season right now.
Exactly.
The Matt either playing or not playing Justin Fields, and what has all transpired as a result. And you're right. I'll help you break that down if you like.
And that's when Zorich's temporary contract with us runs out. So if he doesn't do a good job, you might be able to slip right into your own show.
I could be the Justin Fields.
That's right.
100 show.
That's right.
Listen, you honestly, we'll talk because even sooner you can come back because you're amazing tonight. I just love tonight. I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping. I'm gonna keep because my adrenaline is so amped.
He's going to be popping the VHS tapes of you throwing deep passes to Conway for a while.
I was doing that already. I was doing that today.
Those.
Phil and I were talking. Phil and I were both at work today.
Shayne
talking
visualized the Conway touchdown.
He's like, I'm watching a slant pass. I said, I could see it.
Yeah.
Slant pass versus Pittsburgh. Curtis Conway has the double toe tap right in the end zone. He's like, dude, it's the fucking play.
Twist invention here is called the
Cobb Quickie.
Please get the Cobb Quickie. Never again. Never again. Delete
those
that.
Millennials, real quick before we let them go. Millennials, just search 1995 Chicago Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Watch Erik Kramer. That's what I saw. That's a quarterback. Confidence, composure,
that deep
reading the field, and just never showing an ounce of emotion. It was just like, boom, just deliver, strike, the fucking throw to Curtis Conway against the Vikings when he runs that deep out and you just fucking anticipate him being there. Oh my God. I'm like, that's a quarterback. That's why I say it doesn't take 4 years to do it. You just have it or you don't have it. But I'll let my emotions go. Mr. Erik Kramer.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and all of I believe the public service that you have done tonight. I don't think you realize how far your words will travel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very
Fellas,
much.
I very, very much appreciate being on with you tonight. Love to come back anytime. So there's a lot of good stuff, as you mentioned, that's going to come out of this stuff we haven't even talked about tonight.
Exactly. We have 3 more chapters of the Erik Kramer story to get into. And I kid you not. That's why I knew. I was texting my partner, Shayne. I'm like, if we will go to 1:30 in the morning, we cannot do that. There's too many good things, and I don't want people to, tune out. So we're definitely bring you back. Love you, and just have
Thank
an
you very
amazing
much.
God bless you.
You guys be well. Shayne, good luck with Riley. I don't know what kind of cancer he's got, but I certainly hope it's something he can get better from.
Yeah, we're taking it day by day, and like I said, it's trying to. I'll just repeat what the doctor said to me because they put it in terms of sports. They're like, hey, we're out of the unknown. We have the known now. The team of doctors is going to be, your coach. We're going to draw up a game plan for you, and we're going to go fucking kill it. And that helped. You know what I mean? Just keeping that mind frame, and every day is another day closer to victory. And my son he's 10, but he's a lot stronger than I am, and I wish he attacks every day with confidence. It's I don't know how he does it. But he does it, and he took chemo today, and he's it's amazing. It really is. And that's why I thank you, Erik, because I said I listened to your story, and it's unbelievable, and it helps me listening to it. If you go back and watch this, I was sitting back and just taking everything in, and it's you start to feel bad for yourself, and then you listen to a story, and you're like, that's so tragic, and then there's more, and then there's more, and then there's more.
Yeah,
and it's a testament to you, the human being, but even this helped me even more tonight, and I appreciate it so much.
That's good, man. I appreciate that. And I was going to 2 things I'll say. One, the way the doctor talked to you, is there any chance that Nagy would allow him to give a pregame?
I hope so. It worked. It's a female doctor, and she told me that, and it was weird.
Well, they allow ladies in the locker room now.
Yeah.
I think we're a press pass, but that's all right.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I was going to say though about Griffin. So when Griffin was born, about 3 weeks old, my wife at that time, she would keep going to the doctors. It was a group of doctors, and she would keep taking him in, and they would keep sending her home thinking he'd have colic. Well, he didn't have colic. Around week 3, she took him again. I was with her, and this doctor noticed a little red ring sort of growing around the outside of his umbilical cord had just fallen off. And so he goes, this doesn't look right. He goes, would you mind going down to Tarzana Hospital? He goes, I'm going to set it up that they do some tests. So we took him down there. It was worrisome to them. They did a spinal tap on him, couldn't find what was going on. Turned out we get a call in, I don't know, 4 or 5 in the morning. And the doctor says, get down here now. We're going to take him in. He's got flesh-eating bacteria.
Oh, my God.
Take him in, like, right now. We're waiting for you to get here. As soon as you see him, we're taking him in, and we're going to cut this thing out. So what they did was they opened him up, and they scraped off all of this flesh-eating bacteria and then left him open for, I'm going to say, it was probably 4 or 5 months. So he was born in 1993, is my last year in Detroit.
Wow.
And he was born in June. So he and Marsaw, they didn't come out until probably maybe halfway. Once the season began, they didn't come out till like the back half of that season. And so he was packed in gauze and had this whole wrap around him, and they didn't close him up because if it had come back, they didn't want to have to open it back up again.
Yeah.
And the day this all happened the day I was supposed to leave for training camp, which is going to happen the next day. And so I'm home for a few weeks, and then the doctor says, because now he's at Tarzana and he's in one of these little incubators, and she's like, okay, I think we have him stable. I think you can go now. I get off the plane in Detroit. I get to the stadium. I get a phone call that a loop of bowel he had pushed through his intestine wall, and they rushed him down to Children's Hospital. So I got on a plane, went right back again, and was there for several more weeks. And so he made it somehow. Somehow that little sucker made it. Yeah. But you know, at that time, what I remember the doctor saying, or a nurse or somebody, was that in LA County, which is like well over 10 million people, like in the past, I don't know, 15, 20 years, like 7, 8 kids had gotten this.
Wow.
And 7 of them had died.
Wow.
Or I think one was an amputee. So Griffin didn't have anything amputated. Now he had a nasty ass scar there, but he was alive and he made it. So,
unbelievable.
The adversity, as Bullets is saying, that you've had to overcome, and that isn't even one of the chapters that I was talking about in the Erik Kramer saga. I love you.
I could have done without you bringing up the colicky baby, because I have an almost 3-month-old daughter that was the added layer on top of what we've been dealing with my son, and boy,
isn't that great?
That's no joke.
Up together.
That's no joke.
And that's awesome. But a colicky baby is also what he calls Phil, so it does work out pretty well.
Oh, really? It's just Phil? Okay.
Yeah.
No, Erik, don't fall into that shitstorm of untruths. I love you.
Yeah.
Officially, we let you go.
All right. I
All
appreciate
the
it.
best.
Thanks for having me. You guys are awesome.
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
He's talking about me and Shayne cars, not you. The question, though, to Claudio, do you remember what college Erik Kramer went to? I used to test you on these. Do you remember?
You did. You tested me. I do not remember the college.
I
remember most of the play because that was
Claudio's trying to figure out who Erik Kramer is.
No. That was actually when
if I didn't see his hands, I thought he'd be Googling right now. But thank God he's doing one of these, and I know.
No, it was.
Don't
He
do
was
shit.
actually,
Test him as a Claudio. Don't do shit.
No, he was on the original team that I had to learn out of the Chicago, the Bear.
I was gonna bring you on because but the
Yeah,
seriousness, the emotion of it.
Oh, it was amazing.
So
I mean, that dude needs to write a book. I mean,
it should be a move. I don't know how a human being overcomes.
I'll tell you
that,
what,
but then
I've
stands in there.
I've been obviously doing this show with you guys since day one,
Yeah.
and we had over 400 people in the chat when he was talking. Nobody was putting anything in the chat. Every single person was just intensely just listening to him.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. It really was. It was
amazing.
You got to remember that in all of this, right? Like these things, life can be isolating. We can all feel alone, right? Like there are all of these moments, and it's very easy. 3 years ago, my goddaughter committed suicide, and it was the same thing. You felt alone, couldn't communicate, right? Like there's, as together as we are, as many ways as we can reach out and communicate and talk and do these things, you can still be in a room full of people and feel alone. And so one of the things that made me the happiest was seeing in the chat, like, reach out, people, if you're dealing stuff, like, reach out there.
Yeah, that was
We're always here. This isn't
always
bullshit.
here. Yeah,
I know
this
fucking
is-
cars and I joke around, but I fucking love cars. And I love Shayne, and I don't give a fuck that I love the fans, because Listen, this is 1 year anniversary. Wasn't expecting, I was expecting emotion from the Erik Kramer story, but he really went into football. And it was such a great moment for all of us because, to Cars's point, we were in dial-up message boards. That really was the foundation of this show because we would battle back and forth debating on what
the
these
Trevalizer 3000.
Which is
too tall.
Yeah, if folks don't know, you can't be 6'7" or over 6'6" and play professional football. That is one of the first things I've ever learned. Yeah,
that was just outstanding television and a real emotion. If you're watching on the radio, I hope it's as powerful as it was to see the man stand in the pocket and deliver. We always say that, and many people can't do it. They're too embarrassed. They're too worried about the flaws that the neighbors are going to make fun of. But the reality was this show is keeping it 100. Who better than Erik Kramer to do that? And
I think it brought it together. It brought us together because, again, it has been a journey.
Listening he was on the radio, HL. Yeah. Thank you, Jesus.
We started talking football, the three of us, on dial-up when Erik Kramer was the quarterback, right? Like, to put that into, if you had told me 25 years ago that I'd be sitting on a web show with you two guys who I had just met at that point in time, and I would be talking about the Bears once a week for 52 straight weeks on a.
Don't tell Claudio that.
We don't get the off show season off.
You didn't know 25 years ago I was going to put a picture of you up of you FaceTiming my daughter?
Yeah, I mean, who knew? Who knew? I knew Shayne was a douchebag then.
Oh my God. Claudio don't do shit.
I knew Shayne was a douchebag then, but it is over the 25 years, it is become even more apparent how little I actually like him. And
hit the like button, hit the subscribe. As Jackal would say, be a friend, tell a friend. There's somebody out there that needs to hear what Erik had to say. There's somebody in your life. I saw Angela. I saw Lady Bear. I saw Thunder Girl talking about it. Our female fans, do something positive and share this emotion because, family is marriage. No matter where you are sexually or whatever, there is a relationship, a bond that extends down to your children and things get tough. TTNL is going to be here, obviously, as an escape. But tonight, coincidentally, on the anniversary, as well as Recovery Month, as Chris Sandlin, our brother from another, has said, TTNL is family. So we're kicking it off right. Unfortunately, I got to do some business, honestly, unless, Shayne, did you want to say one thing about the interview?
No, I was actually spending the last 35 seconds trying to wedge this into the conversation. When you said extend down, I figured let's bust out one of these, Phil.
What do you got?
You got it? You see what's up there?
You want me to read it, or are you going to read it?
I got it right here if you need me to do it. Yes. Today's episode is sponsored by our friends from Manscaped.
Yes.
The leaders in below the waist grooming. It's back to school time, Claudio, and we want to make sure that you pack the essentials to have the best year yet. The Manscaped 4th generation performance package is just that. Things are opening up. Be ready for whatever is the daily schedule for you. It's the perfect package for your package. And it includes the brand new Lawnmower 4.0. Put it up there, somebody that's paying attention. The 4.0, fellas. Go for the valedictorian of ball trimming and join the 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com with the code KI100 for keeping it 100 for 20% off. I know Cherie loves Manscaped. She's been she's making little goodie bags for when we do her night there when she finally we were gonna get her the
date.
The date. Yeah,
The
she's
blind
making
date show.
She's doing little swag bags to hand out to all the probables. So she's excited. Cherie, think you can speak on it? Look, you're live on
She is going
air.
to kill you, and I'm going to enjoy that moment because it will have been so
It's gonna be a
deserved.
great drop.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But hey, get 20% off free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. This year, graduate with a degree in clean balls from Manscaped.
You are reading my mind, Shayne, and I
thought you were just
jump
going to
right
start crying there because you were
Yeah.
so blown away. It
I
sounded
was.
like you were breaking up a little bit.
I was
Got emotional about his balls.
emotional night.
Yeah, that's dirty balls right there.
There you
Clean
go.
that up.
Two of our favorite Bears all time, Chris Zorich, Erik Kramer, to kick off all of this into the season. Now, real quick, we got to end some talk of the Bears real quick, guys. As I say, real quick. None of the producers could. Real quick. Jackal does nothing. But real quick, ending the show. Shayne, let's go around instead of bear up, and we're gonna get the shout outs. And instead of bear up, bear down, let's just talk about
Dude, it's
real
12:30.
quick.
Why don't we just jump right into the shout outs?
No, one guy
Oh
that
my
you're
God, only you,
one
bro.
guy that you're excited about. One guy.
Justin Fields, shout
There
outs
you go.
time.
Cherie, as we kick off, one guy that you're really excited about seeing on the Bears this year.
I got excited over Caleb Johnson. So,
Wow. See?
yeah.
Caleb Johnson making the final 53. He was a surprise. He really was. Claudio.
It's not Mooney. It's who you just showed, David Montgomery. I took him in my first round pick in my fantasy draft.
Wow.
I'm ready for him to fucking ball out. Let's go.
Wow.
Yep.
Jackal's going to be fired up with it.
Well, it was a 14-team league. I was a 14th pick.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Yeah, no titles for Claude this year, but good job, man.
Cars.
Travis Gibson for me. I'm really looking
Nice.
forward to see him and if he puts it together.
Yeah, I'm with Claudio. I'm so excited about David Montgomery. I really hope.
What are the whys?
I hope the whys are, why not give David 30 carries, 25 carries, and help this offense, especially against the tough Rams defense. Try
Why
to
not?
help physically.
It's something that I don't know.
Shayne, do you want to play the game or you want to be a spoiled little brat right now?
Yeah, I want to be a spoiled little brat. and
Okay,
get,
so we're
like,
going on
3 hours
to
of sleep.
Cherie's favorite song, the shout out song. Where is it, Jackal? Can you handle that one thing? No, he can't. See, he's looking. So I gotta do it.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam. Like
The network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this part, see the show is at its end. But for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Built the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth, no narratives we create. set them straight. No bubble screen on 4th and 8. Audio Shayne getting nervous cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say to get the shot of vital. But hurry up cause the postman's getting homicidal.
Shout
out,
I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real. Spencer Strong.
This is your boy, Draft Dr. Phil, and I'm controlling the shout-outs tonight. That's right. I am controlling the shout-outs, so poor Shayne is going to have to just wait and be a part. Unfortunately, you could see above me the Spencer and Riley Strong segment now. This is the reality of the truth. And fortunately for Shayne, I'm not going to go too long here. I'm just going to send my shout out like this. This network, as you could see tonight, is based on humility, empathy, vulnerability, and compassion. If you don't have that, please go to another network. If you don't have the class, the integrity, and the understanding that we're going to battle, debate, break down football, but also love and support each other. Tonight, my shout out is to Riley Marsaw. This kid, his father, going through everything that I've been a witness to. It's an emotional journey, one with which isn't to get clicks, isn't to get positivity of phoniness, but positivity of prayer and respect. There's no small cancer in this world. There's no small hill a family must endure and challenge. With all of the unknowns, I've seen some crazy things said and done and heard. But I've never, ever in my life been more proud to be a part of a show and a friendship that is built on 1 year anniversary. So tonight, I want to shout out you, Riley. I know you are going to fight this. You are going to beat this. And you have two parents that love you beyond anything anybody could imagine. And I love your dad, and I'm so blessed that you share him with me. And I did something for you and your family that is very small in my book that we're going to share tonight. A special shout out segment to you that a bunch of people wanted to send their shout outs to you and your family. So I want to share this tonight to end this show, and that'll be the end of the show. Very emotional birthday show with real talk and real life. God bless you all, and I hope you enjoy the messages from all of these people that are TTNL family, friends, to you, Shayne, to you, Hila, and to all of the Marsaws. This is for you.
Hey, what's up, Riley? It's Cool Kennedy. And I just want to say, I wish I was as strong as you right now, man. You know, we're all a family. We're all going to be pulling for you no matter what. And I hope you take this sincerely, that Tape Never Lies family is there for you and your dad no matter what. And I want you to stay strong like I know you are, and keep the faith, man. Blessings and love.
Hey Riley, it's Brett Maley, friend of your dad, occasional guest on the show, Bear fan. Pawn Star. Listen, just wanted to wish you the best. I hope you're doing really well. Your dad's kind of keeping us surprised at what you're going through. You may or may not know, out here in Las Vegas, we can bet on just about anything. And I laid down big bucks that you're going to kick cancer's butt. So as soon as you beat it, come out here. We're going to celebrate. I'll take you to a buffet. We'll go see a show or something. So get your family together and plan on it. So in the meantime, though, we're thinking about you out here, and I'll be rooting you on just like we'll be rooting on the Bears. Take care, buddy. Bye.
Hey Riley, this is David Kaplan from ESPN 1000 and NBC Sports Chicago, and I'm a very good friend of your dad's. Hey man, as you begin this battle, all in, you fight with every fiber of your being and you will kick cancer's ass. I'm in your corner. Many of us are right there for you. All right, man? You go beat its ass. And you know what? Then we'll stand there and hoist your arm up above when you are all done with your fight. Go get him, man. We're all fighting for you. We're all rooting for you. Go get him.
Hey, Riley, what's up, buddy? This is Chris Zorich. Used to play for the Chicago Bears and University of Notre Dame. You can see my helmets in the background. Just wanted to let you know we are behind you in this fight. I think you could smash this cancer thing like I used to smash quarterbacks and running backs. But you got this. Go Bears!
Hey Riley, this is your buddy Ken. I heard you're a brave champion taking on a courageous fight. I want to send you all my energy and prayers. We all know you have this as you knock this out the paint. Continue to battle, buddy. You're strong, young man. You got this. Shout out to all the Marshaws. You're all in my prayers. Tackle it.
Hey Riley, my name is Cherie. I'm a good friend of your dad's. Just wanted to send you a quick message to let you know I know that things are rough right now and you're going through a really tough time, but know that there are a lot of people pulling for you and supporting you, including me. We know you got this. Stay strong and take care. Love you.
Hey Riley, we got a saying here in the Philippines. Hindi ka nag-iisa. It means you're not alone. And you're not alone in this fight. You have the Marsaw family, the Atoshin family, the TTNL family. We're all in your corner. We got your back. You're gonna beat this thing.
Riley Strong! Riley Strong! What's up, kid? It's the Braggs family. We're thinking about you, buddy. Stay strong, be positive, kick some ass, and always bear down. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on, Riley? This is your boy, Jeff Crooms from Connecticut. I know you don't know me, but I am indeed your boy. Huge fan of your dad's show and the TTNL Network in general. I just want to say I'm really sorry for what's going on in your life right now. I know it's very difficult. F cancer, but you know what? You're a fighter and you have the full support of the TTNL Army at your side. And just like Justin Fields, you got that toughness, boy. So we love you. We care about you. God bless you and go Bears. You got this, Riley. Keep your head up.
Hey Riley, Steven Johnson, Shy City Sports. You've got the whole 100 crew behind you. You have the whole Shy City Sports crew behind you. Thoughts and prayers with you as you kick cancer's ass. We know you're going to get through this. We know you're going to get healthy, and we are all here for you every step of the way. Take care, bud.
Hey Riley, it's Sean Sierra from Sports Zone Chicago. I just want to stop in and let you know that you got people here in Chicago and across the country and around the world who are pulling for you and have you in their thoughts and prayers. Stay strong, kid. Love you.
Hey Riley, little buddy, I'm Loki from Mexico. And well, I've heard what you're going through right now, and I'm just here to tell you, keep on fighting, little buddy. You've got this. You're gonna win this battle. We're gonna be there with you. You're gonna be in our prayers every single day. So stay strong, listen to your doctors, listen to your parents, and you've got this, okay? So let's keep fighting. You're a Marsaw, you're brave, okay? So all my good vibes from Mexico City, you're going to be in our daily prayers, I promise. You are going to beat this.
Riley, this is Olin Cruz from the Chicago Bears. I want you to know that we're all in your corner. We're all thinking about you. Punch this cancer right in the face, just like I would. In the offensive line room, we would always say, the strength of the wolf is the pack, and the strength of the pack is the wolf. You're the wolf and we're your pack.
So we got your back. We're going to be behind you all the way. And you're going to take this cancer thing out. And you're just going to keep going and fighting this thing. Anything you need from me, Riley, let me know.
Hey, what's up, Riley? It's Tony B here, stand-up comedian and very proud member of the TTNL family, sending you love and support from Scottsdale, Arizona. We're all with you, my friend, so stay strong and keep a smile on your face. You got this, buddy.
Riley, what's up? It's Adam Rank from the NFL Network. Like you, I'm a huge Bears fan, and all Bears fans are tough. And you know what? There is no way this is going to beat you. We're going to kick cancer's ass, and we're behind you.
Riley, it's Matt, otherwise known as the nerd that your dad is really embarrassed that he's friends with. Listen, we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers, both my girls and my wife, who's currently yelling at those girls right now. But we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. We know you've got this. We know you've got the support system, so stay strong.
Hey Riley, it's Alex. I just wanted to give you a quick shout out. I'm thinking about you. My family's praying for you, and keep fighting.
Riley, I don't know how to work these phones, but I know one thing. I want you to get well. My prayers are with you and your family, and you fight that and fight it hard like we beat up on the Green Bay Packers. Let me just finish. Have a good one.
Yo, Riley, this is Claudio the Barber, and you know what? Your dad might be the smartest man, but you're Riley, the strongest kid, Marsaw. You got this, bud.
To have Riley's back. Hila and you have Riley's back. But do you know who has your back? We, your friends. You've got this, and please be free to reach out anytime because that's what we're here for. With that being said, there's only one more thing. Let's go and kick some cancer's ass.
Hey Riley, my name is Lamont, Keepin It 100 family member. Just wanted to let you know I'm real proud of you as a big brother, man. And I also want to let you know that me and the rest of the crew got your back, bro. So we want you to be strong, beat this thing, so that when you do, we can all go see Justin together.
Marsaw family, just wanted to reach out to you and send our prayers out to you and love and support from the Nichols family, man. TTNL as a whole, we're going to be praying for you, and we believe this fight is so winnable. Just stay positive, keep hopeful, and keep strong.
Hey Riley, this is Zach from Tri-City Sports. I just want to send some positive thoughts and vibes your way. Thoughts and prayers as you go out there and kick cancer's ass. We know you're going to get through this, man. We know you're a strong kid. You have everyone from the TTNL crew and the Tri-City Sports crew behind you. So go out there, kick cancer's ass, man. Much love.
Hey Riley, this is your Uncle Bullets from the TTNL family. I just want to let you know that you're in my thoughts and my prayers. And I know you're going to have a great time when you go with your family to watch Justin Fields play in person. You got this, buddy. All right? Take care. Love you.
Hey, Riley. This is Stefan Froylan out in California. Big TTNL fan and a big fan of your dad, Shayne, and Draft Dr. Phil. We heard you're going through some health issues, and want to let you know that all of us at the 100 crew, we love you, and we're thinking of you every day. Want to keep it 100, just like the t-shirt says. It's probably not going to be easy, so you're going to have your ups and downs, but just remember you got a lot of people pulling for you, okay? Just keep listening to your doctors and your mom and dad, and everything's going to be okay. We love you, buddy. Be good.
Hey Riley, Josh here from the 100 crew. Just want to give you all my love and support. We're behind you, little man. Just remember one thing, you're a Marsaw. Don't forget that, buddy. Take care. You got this. Hey, Riley. You're going to win this fight, Riley, okay? I'm going to always be by your side, all right? And what we're not going to do, Riley, we're not going to lose hope, okay, kid? Just like the Bears. Every Sunday, the Bears fight. Soldier Field. It's a home game. Every time Dave Montgomery touched the ball, he's fighting for extra yards. I need you to do the same thing, okay?
Hey Riley, it's Uncle Bellissimo here from England, going with your dad and Draft Dr. Phil. Just want to let you know that I know you've got this. Hang in there, mate. When you're going through tough times, keep going.
Hey Riley, Cameron here from the TTNL Family. We need you to KO this cancer, little smartest man, because you need to watch Justin Fields for the next 10 to 15 years.
What's up, Riley? Hey, listen, man. I got all the confidence in the world in you. You're going to beat this thing. Just keep working hard, and much love.
Hi, Shayne. This is Deborah, Cherie's mom. I just want to let you know that I'm praying for you and your son, Riley. Be strong, my brother. God bless.
Hey Riley, it's Steph Toshin. I just want to let you know how much that I'm thinking of you, how much our whole family is thinking of you each and every day. We pray for you. I know that what you're going through is not easy. It's going to be challenging. I know that. It's going to be hard not to go to school at the beginning, and you're going to have to do online school, but you got this. You've done it. Do it again. You'll come out stronger and better. You have a wonderful mom and dad who love you so much. I know how much they love you. I know how much we love you. I know how much everyone on TTNL Family loves you, and how many people are praying for you. So you got this. I already know. Riley Strong.
Hey Riley. This year I got to meet your dad and his friends while doing this show. I've become a big fan of your dad, so it was really cool to find out that you like to read the RSP, so thanks for that. You know, when I heard the news that you got sick, I wanted to send along some encouragement. And I hope you know that we're all rooting for you and sending positive thoughts your way. And while you're going to hear a lot of people tell you about the power and magic that people can share through positive energy, and I definitely believe that too, ultimately, you have the power. You have the most power to make the biggest difference in this situation. And I know it's not going to feel like it all the time. I mean, some days you're probably not going to feel powerful at all, but sometimes the biggest display of power is at those moments when you're feeling really weak. And this shirt I'm wearing today, it says Falling Forward, and that's the logo of the shirt. This is from my old friend Chad Spann. And Chad was a star running back in high school, and at that time, no college offered him a scholarship. And he even sent homemade tapes of his highlights to colleges, and no one even gave him a shot until he was offered a chance to walk on at Northern Illinois. And although he was the 7th string running back on his team as a freshman, he worked his way into a starting role. And as a senior, he led college football in touchdowns. He scored more than Cam Newton when Cam Newton won the Heisman Trophy that year. Chad had a short career in the NFL, but he played with the Colts, the Buccaneers, the Texans, Jets, and Steelers. It's pretty darn good for a guy who had to send tapes to colleges just to give him a chance to walk onto a team. And he was on the verge of becoming a star in the Canadian Football League before he had a career-ending injury. And he eventually coached and trained football players. I even got to recommend a few NFL players his way as a result of the work that he did and some of the work that I did. And he was really good at coaching running backs. I probably learned more about scouting running backs from him than anybody else. Anyhow, I'm telling you all this about Chad because he created this shirt, and he did it because it reminded him that even in those moments where it feels like you're at your weakest or you feel like you're about to fail to meet your goal, that it's important to remember to fall forward. Do the best you can and make even the smallest bit of progress in that moment. As you know, in football, every inch can count. Falling forward can be all the difference in a game. Even if it means falling forward dozens of times, and those dozens of times add up. So Riley, just like football, man, do your best. And when you have those tough moments, fall forward. It'll add up in your favor. So F cancer, and we're rooting for you, man.
Riley, my guy. Hey, buddy. I just wanted to send you a quick message and let you know that myself and the entire 100 crew standing behind you and gonna walk with you step for step in your journey. And you're gonna beat it. You are going to beat it because you're strong. And you have an incredibly strong mom and dad. And you have, like I said, an incredible supporting staff. Majority of whom you've never met before. But believe me, These people, taking it from someone who knows, these people are incredibly caring and they're incredibly loving, okay? They love you and we're all standing with you. So stay strong, my friend. Lean on your parents. They're gonna be with you all the way through, okay? Riley Strong, buddy. We're gonna do this.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keeping it 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.